And one of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right. And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many, hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting two lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. Yep. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
All right, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? I know you're gonna have a really good answer. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you, okay,
power.
cool
It
story. Cool
doesn't
story.
gain prestige.
Uh,
It
you
doesn't
sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the US forces? Why did the
Make them
United States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right.
better
So
for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now, that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
ask a
just think
question.
about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
You what? You can sail wherever you want as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right.
about, dude?
You can't go
You
to the middle. You
can
can't go
do
to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Fair.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go
Never
to
heard of
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government.
But you
So it's
can-
not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in
Yeah.
mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yep.
I-
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I
Perfectly.
just say this though, real quick? Like, have you not been? Have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's
Because
goofy that people have
it's a
this
big
idea
place.
that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
spiel.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That
dude.
they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she
And
could
you may
possibly be
die.
lying.
You
I
may
could have
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that?
No.
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
Hmm.
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So, you know.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit on me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my
Right,
headphones off,
so
Sonny. Was it me?
Really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk. Let me
right.
hear.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can solve.
headphones. Or
You
something.
listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this. So then, therefore, she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel. So
Right, that's
perfectly
false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. And another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes, like
It's okay to
for
lie as long as
example,
it brings joy.
yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself, but sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
Wait,
I am not hypnotized.
dude said he's a
hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequence. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
Yeah,
what if it's unplugged?
That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp, or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens. which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it
But
can't be
how do you
stationary.
know? How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth?
Due
What
to
if there is?
Newton's.
What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean,
What if it,
literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Diverge and
well, they are
deflect.
driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it
manuals.
isn't.
It's driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah.
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, yeah, but
Yeah.
you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a glober.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't
If
know
you-
it very
hold on,
well.
hold on.
Some are. Some
You don't know your globe proofsy very well,
Guys,
do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're
Yeah,
able?
I see it.
I
I see
just
it.
posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Well, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
But
I mean,
he's
the
changing
Earth
the
is stationary. If it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said. He asked
No,
if
he
they.
asked,
I
he
said
asked,
they
do you
do.
have to start them? And you said, well, they eventually come to rest.
No, he asked if they stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing.
I'm talking about
come to stop.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No,
Okay,
you're
so
talking about
saying,
Foucault's
hold on,
pendulum. That's
okay.
what you said
Can I
to
ask him
start with.
Can I genuinely ask him something, please? You're saying that whether it's the
Well, he's
rotation,
lying.
what are you saying is happening, causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force.
No,
right?
it's an effect.
It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo is. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis
a pseudo force as a force?
gravity? Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
It should be.
Yeah.
Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this
Why would it be
energy
perpetual?
because the Earth's constantly moving. It's in your model.
Welcome to Globe Earth.
Sorry, you cut out there. Sorry.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is Coriolis. It's a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit around.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're
I'm
roboting
saying,
hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, can you hear me now, people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's
within a
correct.
frame.
Yeah.
So that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear that was accurate. It's an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man?
You can
don't have to swear on anything. This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being
I have
a
a
little
question for the audience.
When you hear it,
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun. I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Right.
As you were.
I don't know
Yeah, so,
using Google, but the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. So not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay. One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it very easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
when are you picking up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel
Well, you'll
Prizes.
do that if somebody can prove.
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
What? Where are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do
refuted a major conservation
I'm not going.
physics.
Look, listen.
Why don't you measure some
tell
Earth
you what
curvature
to
and go
do.
get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
the pendulum, what? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
When you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, yeah, you glue together two opposing magnets, and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right, and they will swing in that way, and they will not deflect. How
Why
do you
would I?
explain that?
Yeah,
How do you explain this?
yeah. I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it, and I
So
wouldn't
you would not use the proof
No,
that
you
you
are not
cited, which is
around
Foucault's pendulum.
metals.
Well, suppose I don't know
Yeah.
that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to
Or
them,
they could be
or
affected.
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, yeah, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
Aren't the are
Wouldn't they? Wouldn't they
aren't
be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected
They
by the
are
Earth's magnetic
present
field.
in. Listen,
So then you wouldn't use
when
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to
Yeah.
eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use
You
magnets.
can't. You
Well,
don't
that
have.
eliminates your
You
proof.
don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use
Okay.
Foucault's
In a
pendulum.
concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets. Yeah, and you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected by the Earth's
I ask
magnetic
you
field.
why the magnets do not deflect.
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not
You
asking
did
about.
ask me.
No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that that's
how do you explain if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
The scientists.
Which
Physicists.
scientists?
Quantum
You just agreed
physicists.
that.
No, they
you
don't.
just agreed that it's
Yeah,
not
they
proof
do.
anyway.
No, they
He just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the
No, it
manual and
isn't.
check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it
driven
isn't.
by magnets.
It is.
Yes, it is. You're
isn't.
just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Brenda, it is.
Brenda,
Read the manual for it.
That's just for their pendulum. That's not for
you
that's for Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your proof.
That's not how
you didn't
things
know
work.
it was magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
pendulum.
Brenda,
it is driven by magnets. Check the live stream voice text.
And more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
Right.
the Smithsonian. And now, when I presented you,
just a minute,
when I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
Why? Why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, yeah, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay,
yeah,
because
because it debunks Mark's scam.
Because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay,
Yeah,
Brenda,
Brenda, you haven't eliminated
hold
the magnetic field and the electric field. Yeah,
Well, I've
ground is negative.
things that are affected
Listen, we live
fields.
We live between two Gaussian planes. Yeah, the ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got. That's not what I'm testing for, and we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim.
That's
this
measurable.
is scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't
use
use
magnets. Fact.
That's why I wouldn't use
fact, Brenda. No, thunder strikes from the cloud.
That's why I wouldn't use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not what I'm
Steve
saying.
Wright, or like who?
That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be
That's just the Smithsonian. That's just the Smithsonian one.
No, I just posted another one. Hold on. I just posted something. The original Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic field. So the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did he have
but all those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by magnetism.
Electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric field that they are present in.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's move forward, because now we realize that one device can how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out is that true.
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda
reduced his own argument to a lie.
She tried to use the modus tollens, as in, she actually used an inverse fallacy, if not
a fallacious argument.
Yes, because you did say
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's
Modus
tollens.
Hold on,
You inversed it. Just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to escape the assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse fallacy.
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not
That's not what I said.
Great.
Yes, it is.
P then Brenda, Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Thank you, Brenda.
Yeah, electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So it's been clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But can you explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during eclipses?
I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing, and
has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
no, have they? Nobody's been able. Has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person.
Right.
Then
So it
you
hasn't
know
been.
you know every person in the world that's done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally,
right?
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable.
It's a method.
No, the scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for gravity?
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah,
it
is.
Follow the scientific method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance between
your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and
cause
you
was gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove gravity before you claim see, before you actually do claim gravity does things? You can't just say, well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this. You can't just
it's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay. How did you isolate gravity from the electromagnetic forces?
Yeah, the independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't claim
gravity is defined. Gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're trying to prove.
That it was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might not have even fucking existed.
So we let genius
Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a pseudo force. Gravity is a pseudo force.
Again,
so Brenda, what's the difference between a force and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. This means that it's not fundamental, that it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever you're
the bending of space-time.
Whoa. Concept. You're given concept.
For me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's like it's just never ending with the fucking.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda, where did space and time these do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium?
Space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but
the two
space-time
together. Who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By?
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So, right. So
there were two telescopes.
he showed
right?
it doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory, and they threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
What reason?
Come on,
space-time is real.
Google. How about that?
I mean, like,
I do not have Windows open,
dude. Like,
Well,
you're
we have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align
people, please.
with like the basic model of the globe Earth. Like, you have to try to look past this shit for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
Reasons, by the way. What reasons did they have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent observations afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky, trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on.
Sure,
it's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations are useful.
Bro, sorry, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right, so observations are perfectly good for giving contradictory.
Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling about
observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from.
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable, and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
This is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly. So
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
That's a different sense of the word.
Right, but what the problem is, what he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's going to drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what you've done.
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying that the
no, I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that distance,
not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance.
You don't know. You've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis has not
There
been
is
proved
no
until the
force.
experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait. Hold on. That's
Never
not
proved
true.
this
Wait,
in the
isn't it?
first place.
Isn't it? I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what, like the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why
I
do
thought
things
gravity
fall?
is the property that makes things fall.
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being
Gravity is a
having.
theory, by the way.
Just
So none
please,
of this is
That would
it's
be
a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not
Brenda.
just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific
Okay,
whatsoever.
the scientific
There's no
experiment.
scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I
just wanna
told
speak
you.
just real fast. Hold on, Brenda, just real fast. I want to put something in there. So, flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever like falling away from each other.
No, that's not
And they fall, like,
perpetual.
oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually,
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like
yeah,
that?
some shit like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'll put that on my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right? And the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the
scales?
Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity? How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
Nah, he thinks
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know the laws of natural density explains everything.
Phenomena.
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
density is not a force.
Forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but nope, that doesn't matter.
What did you do to isolate? Yeah, what did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
From matter?
Buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is another word for
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I
experiments.
don't know who came up with the formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books, right? Like the Bible.
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do. Yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do.
What
are you talking about,
Brenda?
Yeah,
can we
gravity?
You're trying to say Cavendish is
if
scientific.
I could not be interrupted for once, gravity is an apparent. Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except
more
that
or less.
We got 3 space and then 4 space. Is Newton got a 4 space continuum, space time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Is Newton got 4 space? So
no.
Here's the deal.
So you ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer you?
Make him answer that. What? Make him answer
Go
that.
ahead.
Right. So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric, right?
Like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There have basically there are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent problem, as a
So
space.
you're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories.
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? What your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism.
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
official sources.
Okay.
Yes.
So appeals to authority.
So what about
No.
reality,
Nothing empirical.
Brenda?
No,
Brenda,
I
do you
appeal
not
to.
trust reality? Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat, stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion? Do you not
I
trust
don't
your
experience.
senses?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
You do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on
Yes,
TV
I have.
and on
Yes, I
images.
have.
You've
Okay.
where? When?
You've seen
At what
curves.
height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curved.
The apparent optical horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over.
You
by
can
increasing
never.
the resolution
You can
power of
never
the observer.
zoom. You can never zoom the boat back in.
Yeah, you can.
Seriously,
Check the live stream voice
Brenda,
text
see
right
if a
now.
boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
all you have is incredulity.
I'm going to give you a new rule.
He just said that.
Radio,
He just said that you
radio
can never.
frequencies, they shoot beams perfectly straight and
He
level.
said that you can
When they're
never zoom a boat
communicating
back
with
in.
other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the planet. So, like,
Actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
that would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not
Okay,
true.
but now he's.
Yes, it is.
Biosphere
You can look up the
zone.
science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the land
not
and
the
back.
atmosphere. I'm talking about objects.
Show us your dome. Show us your dome, Brenda. What dome? You call it the ionosphere? What's it made out of?
Electric, can I ask a question?
No.
I want to know what
I
the
don't-
ionosphere is made out of.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going
Some
on.
sort of dome. Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that these radio waves are bouncing off of. What
Yeah,
is it?
the ionosphere. The ionosphere.
Is that like a dome? Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
But the radio waves bounce off of it.
It's a layer in the
What
atmosphere.
shape is it?
It's a layer in the.
Sphere, huh?
It's a
Sphere?
Do I
So
get
if
to?
it's
Do I get to
spherical
answer
on
your
one side, then
question?
it's-
Do I get to
I'm just
answer your
asking a
question?
question.
Or are
Yes,
you
you
are you
can. I
done
just
yet?
wanna
Just
know.
let me know. Let me know when I can talk. Just let me know.
If the atmosphere is circular, spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
Yeah, it would be like a sphere.
Semi-spherical dome.
Brenda.
Yeah, over your head.
It would be a shell. So when do I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
You just said a
The
sentence.
ionosphere.
I'm sure you could
Well, he
have
asked
said
me-
the question.
He asked me a question.
Well,
So-
answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please.
What do
So-
you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple images, zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again, and there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first,
Oh,
please.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boat zoom images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
Hey, it's been nice talking to you, man. Maybe I'll run into you.
talking
So can I do that? Can I do that
Stop
now?
talking about
Have a
it.
good
Just
one,
do
Brenda.
it.
Or just let me know when I can talk.
You
Right?
just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere. and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right?
Ions are positive.
And then down on ground, the ground's the earth, like the ground part of
Negative.
the circuit.
Thanks for proving the dome, Brenda. Thanks.
It's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the Earth, so it must.
Is it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if it goes all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great. Because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical. That ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay. What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
How do you
the radius?
For all I know, maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
It's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
I'm a pseudo pharmacist.
Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean it.
It's a pseudo force.
It's not. It's a different sense.
Demonstrated still.
That doesn't mean that I
It means that it's. It means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means that it's
I'm an
not.
actual doctor.
It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
Force. It's a force. It's just not a fundamental force.
It's a cool story. That's why you weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's not. You didn't isolate from confounding variables.
I did. We did. That's why the balls.
Brenda, you do blatant, but you can rewind it on the live stream if you want. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes, you vary the distance. You vary the distance between the two weights.
Well, that's not the cause, is it? The cause is the distance.
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not varying gravity from exponentially stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance and you vary the distance, you've varied the strength of the force.
But it's not a force.
It can't be anything else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera? Is this a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's just your incredulity. That's just incredulity.
Mine. You're telling me your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not proving gravity. All you're doing is proving distance. You're claiming distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you prove
the observed natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's the hypothesis. That's part of the hypothesis.
What's the observed natural phenomenon then? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you...
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that that's what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other?
Well, what we observe
in nature.
Right.
Well, this is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's that?
Yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my God.
So,
because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a cannonball. If you have a basketball and a cannonball, they will fall at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same.
And
Why do things fall at different rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all fall at the same rate. That's not
I can
true.
give you an example right now.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
You
rate.
have to eliminate confounding variables. So you eliminate. Yes, you have to eliminate air resistance. You have to eliminate.
You have to pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a minute. Now Brendan understands. Hold on. Let me point something out. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet just for a second. Just for a second. Just for a second.
All right, that's the end of that, Holmes.
Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Below the tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you can't measure the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place. You can't.
That's the hypothesis. That's the hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It measures.
You claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove things.
You just used the word prove, so I just
there's a colloquial. There's a colloquial definition and there's a proper scientific definition.
I'm surely I'm allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied specifically.
No, I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand. I can understand what people mean, but sometimes people think. Sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So. Again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
Galileo's experiments. Galileo's experiments of dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
And what was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment.
Yes.
So you've not got an experiment.
It's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of and inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes, a steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
All objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
Okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have two sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will how to say how you say when you push
You have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Galileo did that. Galileo did that.
He never eliminated it. You just admitted that he never did this.
Is eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the object.
Does Galileo did that?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this. I will take two sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great, but the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage, and I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
The shape of the
object. Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. He used.
Why are you walking?
I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are you
if you want to? We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Can I do one-on-one with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an explanation?
You don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. What can you show me a scientific paper?
A paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Academia.
That's what science is these days.
Science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience, my friend.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
Saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk. Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space. Pictures in space from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you seriously
does the ISS show the whole Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, 94 minutes or something?
You said pictures. I was just asking you.
Yeah, live video and photographs from space.
Of what?
Of the Earth.
Of the whole Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole Earth, some are a portion.
You just said you don't accept videos.
Exactly.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How can we verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel and it's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys, 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, something like 94 minutes? And there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you video.
You take that as a picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude. Because
why not?
Pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not an instance. Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos from space.
Yes, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of
there is.
ISS traveling above the Earth. There's no evidence that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full revolution. Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Yeah,
around the Earth. There you go.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Brenda.
Bro, you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something and I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having problems.
Quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
No, that's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS? The ISS, there's all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records, right? There's the building. There's the plans for building it, the actual building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see these people, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had
all
a
of
plan
that,
to waste millions.
All of that is evidence, right, that there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly in low Earth orbit.
The construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour.
That still doesn't prove.
That's all evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
But you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest, by the way.
there's
Thank you for being
yes.
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm happy to be honest. I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal more than you probably think I will.
Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief.
No,
that's what knowledge is.
Justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief. Or if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is a belief.
No, it's not. Belief. I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per hour.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Of course you.
No, I don't. That's self.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is it true? Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it true?
Ear, well, I accept that. So
you accept it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief, a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up. But I think it's a good definition. So
mine is not made up. This is the standard epistemological definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have firsthand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and firsthand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe it's true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda, take a look in the live stream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has beliefs? Okay. Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No, that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool. Show me a definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh. Yeah, it's on McToon's. It's on McToon's. Yes, it's on McToon's.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did Global?
Yeah, it's from the 19th century. It's from the 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it conflict with the definition of horizontal?
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with.
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You can use words in different ways if you want.
Brenda, you move the goalpost.
I am consistent.
Constantly. You constantly change what you've said. You change your position. You add shit on. You assume stuff. You claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda, for double speaking. Thank you,
Brenda. Yeah,
listen,
Sasha, you're on to it, okay?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that people from centuries ago did shit. Yes.
No,
I have no
thank you,
problem.
Brenda,
That's
for-
great.
thank you,
Let's
Brenda.
talk
Thank you,
about
Brenda,
current
for the-
technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is? You got any measurements?
How come you changed the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
Do you have a measurement of the Earth being flat?
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is
So
true.
all that matters, when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the
Holy
curvature
crap,
of the Earth.
shut it.
Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Well,
Okay,
if
legit.
I interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine.
Cool, bro.
That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that's not the question.
I thought it
The
was.
question is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be affirming the consequent. So
no,
you would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious right now?
So do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence, so I'm not sure that would be true.
No, it's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, and say that that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Stop thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be flat and even, yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated. Right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We need to see. We'd need to see that, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. The collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, isn't it?
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't.
I think it's pretty important.
Not if the Earth comes in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target. How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing the points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
Well, if the Earth
yeah, that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you, that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university, along with Boeing, to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study? Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're looking over it, I want to
quick,
say something.
But before you go on, so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the, telescope that was pointed at the mirror, that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just, was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right? Which, if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right? In layman's terms, the heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right? And the different layers of density will cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space-time. Bye-bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did you
The
just
amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed.
The sun?
Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is the ball. The sun is a ball of gas, plasma,
in a
right?
vacuum.
And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity.
Is there any demonstration?
Yeah,
Never
we've been
demonstrated
through
it.
that. We've been
No,
through
you
that.
didn't. You didn't isolate your pseudo force from
We
the
did.
exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and electrostatics that are
did.
present in all intermolecular interactions.
by using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no
still present.
static charge. There's no static charge.
It's present in
on
everything.
the weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then it doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas produces a gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not solid matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
Does anybody mind if I interrupt?
Yeah, it does.
And so that I could say something?
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is the theory.
Does anybody object?
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it.
Does anybody disagree with me interrupting the podcast that you were listening to?
No, you can interrupt. Go ahead.
All right, cool.
No problem. Yeah, please
Cool.
do.
So I'm posting this. It's the first time I thought about it. So I'm thinking about it today. And how they say that, the moon doesn't change sizes. Well, the shadow of the moon does, right? And it's really interesting to think about because if the shadow is coming from the ecliptic, solar system, let's think about it. So the Earth is on an axis, so the moon is going to be like around the equator, right? And if the shadow goes like away from the equator, then the shadow should become, instead of a perfect sphere, because it's a shadow, a circular shadow on a sphere, it should increasingly, as it gets further and further away from the equator, start to become more and more oblong or oval shape, right? But what I'm looking at here is when we look at the path of totality for 19 years, as it gets further and further away from the equator, it doesn't appear to be getting oval shaped. So the moon changes sizes throughout the day, right? But the path of totality from a lunar eclipse, it changes sizes quite a bit. And I'm looking at like the one that's like coming from the northern part of California. So I'm looking at that, and it's almost, it's the same distance away from the equator as the one to the left of it and to the one of the right of it. But the shape of the path of totality, or the moon's shadow, it's not consistent with the globe Earth. It is changing, but not consistently. Now, maybe I need a higher definition diagram to look at, and this is only preliminary thought. So this is kind of my baby right now that I'm working on. And I would love to hear someone a lot smarter than me comment on it. Thanks.
Larry, they're gonna find ways to poke holes through that argument. We've had some conversations about the moon and the sun, especially with shadows. Yeah, they would say everything is consistent with the heliocentric, uh, model. So anything that has to do with, like, when you deal with the the three bodies, the sun, moon, and earth. Yeah, they would say that it's consistent. So you're gonna have
I
to.
can say whatever they want, but you're looking at these paths of totality and they're not consistent. Sometimes they're very wide and sometimes they're very small, but it's not consistent as it should be getting wider the further you get away from the equator. And in some cases they are, but if you look at the one dead center where the blue one is and the little tiny red one is going over it, those two paths are completely inconsistent with the oblong shape getting more oval shape, more oblong, the further it gets away from the equator. I mean, I don't think they can really argue against this one. What would they say?
I mean,
it's negligible.
Because anybody, like, when you can't argue from a standpoint of, like, where you can verify that information, like, because that for them it's going to be an easy win, because they're just going to tell you and I mean, really, how are you going to consistently refute that unless you know what I'm saying? You're going to measure each. You know what I mean? Like, that's
we've been consistently fucking them up for the past 7 years, but I don't care if they say nuh-uh. I'm saying this should be consistent. The further, because the moon is always at the equator, right? Isn't the moon always? Isn't the moon over the equator? Like, for the most part?
No, it's got an lemma. Just you knew that, right?
Right. Because of the tilt, they say.
Yeah.
And we say because it's going from tropic to tropic. Okay, so.
Yeah, that's correct. So it does the same thing with what the sun does, only in a shorter time frame. So yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, they're gonna trust me, man. Like, if you look it up, go ahead. You can look it up, and it has an lemma just like the sun does.
So it's not perfectly over the equator. It goes from tropic to tropic.
No. Yep. I wouldn't know if, like, it has its own area of how it moves, but I know it does have an lemma for sure. But like I said, please confirm with that, because I know that it does. If just type in moon lemma.
Right. I know.
Search
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
So then that would kind of, yeah.
So I guess we would have to look at the exact dates and see where the model would position the moon over what areas. But
yeah, I think
okay,
you can
so
do that.
let me rephrase it. So let me say, as the moon gets further and further away from the tropics, because of the shape of the Earth being a sphere, the moon would have to become more oval shaped as it gets away from the tropics. Is that a better reformation of my argument?
It does sound like you're getting closer to it, but I don't know if it would fall in line with us getting something that we could stand on. Although, if you feel like you want to go with that, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a hill we can die on. It just feels like there's a lot of gray areas when it comes to, like, things we can't verify. But I mean, if you feel like there's some meat there, man, some substance, I mean, try to figure out as much as you can, but make sure that the argument is consistent with observation. It has to be. That's the only thing I would say. If it's inconsistent with it, then you're gonna get into some, pretty bad waters.
I'm not ready to test the argument. I'm still
Oh.
in the formulate because I just came up with this. Because I remember they used to ask me all the time in flat earth debate, like 2015, 2016. Well, how do you explain, the solar eclipse on a flat earth? And then, later on, I figured it out in flat earth debate that I can destroy them with, is light traveling at, parallel rays or is it not? Are we doing Aristosthenes? Or are we doing a solar eclipse? It can't be converging and going at parallel rays at the same time. It's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. And I've been fucking them up with that for years. So now I'm thinking the moon stays the same size. Why does the moon always stay the same size? Well, what about the path of totality? Why has it changed? Because the moon isn't getting further away and closer. Not enough to make that kind of difference, right?
Well, they do have in the idea that we got like the heliocentric, moon, sun, and Earth. They say that there's times where the moon is closer to the Earth, so that it would confirm that the shadow should be different on their particular ideology. So they do have, of course, everybody knows about the supermoon. So they do confirm. You could look that up too, where it says that the moon is closer to the Earth at this time frame, and it's supermoon. So there is times where the moon does get, according to them, closer to the Earth, and that would also consistently work with like how shadows would be different. So I don't know.
I guess maybe I need like a computer modeling program and
Well,
some data.
that would be something. That would be something. But I've seen their arguments and like how they come at people with the objects or the luminaries. So when it concerns to the luminaries, like there is a lot of stuff we can't confirm. So observations are like the key element here, and if it's consistent with what they see, there's really no. It could be a tug of war, but not unless you're gonna confirm some way with with a measurement. Like, okay, I'm measuring the shadow right now, and it's this big, and then they could have some way to confirm that. Like validate that. So I don't know. It's like there's wiggle room there, but I mean, like, you think that it's a path you want to go down. I just feel like just like Brenda was on there, there's nothing in the tank anymore for these guys. Or whatever, it's really just they're punching at air these days. It's nothing. They got nothing.
Like the president shaking hands with nobody.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel, aren't they? Scraping that old barrel.
Yeah, it's and I like it that way. I really don't want. I even want to take away the barrel. Like that's the way I look at it, man. Like I want it to be done. I want the switch to happen. I want the conversion where there needs to be like now we start to educate the future generations of critical thinkers. Which is like at this point, we've already amassed a pretty good group here, a solid group, and now a lot of people that are getting onboarded are just now like really coming into the dust already being settled, and like the rest of these guys, like whatever they got going on, I mean, it's really just nonsense anymore. It's white noise at this point, unless they have some solid proof that they're going to be able to provide. I mean, that's it. They're pretty much done for. And I mean, you guys were in the thick of it, dude. Like I would say the pinnacle of like the height of when we're actually in the sauce, with these guys. But now it's like nothing left but just to clean up the stragglers. There's a few of them, but none of them want to confirm that they say that they're talking about the shape of the earth anymore. They'll come in here and talk about the sextant and say, "Well, I'm just talking about the sextant, not the shape of the earth." So it's that's what I'm waiting for anyway, just the conversion. getting everybody on board, talking to everybody, just letting them know what we went through to get here. And I'm kind of talking like it's already done, like there's no more. I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? You think there's more?
Yeah, I think you're right. I do think you're right. I think you're right about it. And so it's like when they talk about people that have multiple personalities, what do they call that? When they,
multiple personality disorder.
Yeah, because that's what it's like with these floaters. They're like psychotic, and where that like, what do you call that? When they combine, like you said, the conversion, the change of, yeah, they need to get on board or get out of town.
I mean, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
It's because, man, like we've already went through the thick of it, and we've looked at the whites of their eyes, man. They got nothing. There is nothing. There is nobody that's going to rescue them from the truth. There is nobody out there. There is no genius scientist out there that's got the globe model figured out, or any magical formula that's going to put everything together. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. So really, it's now time to acknowledge that there isn't anything, and we're moving forward, just waking everybody else up, the rest of the world, like at the beginning of a new dawn of a new era, and that's all of us kind of telling the future generations of critical thinkers, like, now you can actually start to explore the earth and really talk about what science means, and really talk about like how to harness the power of the earth, like from what it really is versus what we were told it is. And so, yeah, that's the kind of world I want to see, like your real science taking place, and not some baloney cartoon science,
Okay, so I'm looking at the diagram and I'm thinking about it like they wouldn't be getting the shadow of totality. It wouldn't be getting oblong or oval shaped like east to west. It would be getting oval shaped like north and south as it got further away from the center region that I'm calling between the tropics. So
I know it's a good.
I am going to look into this. I think I'm going to look into it.
I'll tell you, Larry, a good resource to look into. Check out the solar eclipse for because there's predictions going from our past solar eclipses to our future ones, and you'll see them all on a world map, and then you'll be able to see the shadow that covers the surface of the earth, and you'll see that something very odd happening when you see the entire map of the world and the predictions of how the shadows are going to cover the earth. You're going to see something that's different than what you're thinking of right now. And the shadows that actually going to be like, because they're predictions, right, of the future, and you can actually do this. So it's everything's on a cycle. So everything's supposed to be as it is or as it was and how it will be. So you'll see the way the shadows cover the surface of the earth, and then it'll start to kind of change your perspective on what you're thinking of right now. Anyway, just to kind of give it a glance and see what you come up with on that.
Well, what I'm seeing is when the path of totality goes over like the Arctic regions, it is wider, but it's wider like east to west, which I would expect it to be wider north and south, which is kind of weird.
And it does like a curve. You see that curve that it does?
Yeah.
So that's going to throw the shadow off.
Sometimes it does an S curve too.
Yep. So it does some very strange things on the face of the earth as it the shadow moves across.
So 238,000 miles is the average. Like, what is the, what's at the other ends? What's the closest it gets, and what's the furthest? I got a lot of research ahead of me. I wish I had time on my hands. That'd be great.
Yeah, this is a real deep topic, though. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. But pretty much, observations that have been made throughout time, and you can just, but there's a lot of stuff you can look into. That's all I know. Stuff that's going to actually contradict what people even think of today. Because, like I was mentioning too, the path of the sun. I don't think a lot of people actually think about it, but if you've heard me talk about it before. So in the northern regions, like we have summertime, and the way the path of the sun actually goes from northeast to northwest, and of course during the solstice it goes like summer and winter, where it winds up at. But then you have on the equinox it goes straight across, right? So you have the equinox where it goes straight across from east to west. There's a slight deviation, of course, but it's not a major deviation. So you have a mainly going, straight path across the earth, east to west. And then, of course, when it goes in the southern region, it rises from the southeast and it sets in the southwest. But as it does that, it arcs I would say it arcs like a rainbow. But when it's on the northern side, like when it's summer for us in the north, it actually does like a U. So it goes from the northeast to the northwest in a U shape. Equinox, it goes straight across, and then when it's in the south, southeast to southwest, it goes in a like arc. So it goes the opposite of doing a U, goes into like an arc. So the path of the sun and how it travels is opposite to what flat earthers have been saying as it goes in a spiral motion to the tropic to tropics. So there's a lot of things where flat earthers are saying that are inconsistent with observations. And that's one thing I've always mentioned. It's like flat earthers have been using that ideology that it goes in a spiral path from tropic to tropic, and that's not confirmed with observations. Observations are saying otherwise. So yeah, there's things there too to watch out for, especially when we're talking with Globers about like what the sun's path is actually doing. When observations are what they've always been,
Can you guys hear me?
We
I hear
can
you.
now.
Well, shit, I can't hear you, but it seems my shit is lighting up. This is freaking insane. Hold on, let me
Is that Helio?
Yeah, he said he couldn't hear us.
We just heard him.
So I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm on day shift now, and when I'm on day shift, like nobody's on here during the day.
Yeah, day shift is pretty empty, bro. Night shift is where it's at.
Went body surfing today. Well, actually, I just kind of rolled around in the surf, if you want to be honest.
check. Wait, no, it seems to be working. I get the green light. Can anyone acknowledge that? I can. Hold on. Maybe it's the headphones. Shit. To unplug the headphones. Oh, the headphones are plugged in. My bad. You guys continue. I'm sorry for interrupting.
In a world where Helio's microphone isn't working. What's up, Helio? Who else is in here? I can't see him right now.
Yeah, I apologize, everyone. My headphones were unplugged, and that That was my bad for the past minute, and I wasted your time. I apologize.
Hey, we got anybody in here who thinks the Earth is a globe? By the way, I don't know. I'm just checking to see if everyone in here is a flat earther, or is everybody a flat earther and no globies?
Oh, that would be horrible, wouldn't it? But it's like we have 24 hours a day of flat earthers just talking shit to each other all day long, right? It's just like, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We're gonna break it now and again, Helio. We got some people talking about finances in the morning. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I jump in here
finance
talking about like the best way to make money.
I was looking at finances in the morning, flat earth in the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm tripping out, man. I'm like, dude, what's going on? I came in here and some guy named Zoltan or something was giving some financial advice out. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, man. I'm like, and then you were coming in. I was like, my bad, man. I was trying to get it back to flat earth.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't notice my headphones were unplugged, and that's why I figured it out. Now I'm back.
Helio's back.
Yeah, you probably don't want me to be. I was just listening to you guys, and it was freaking awesome.
Nah, man, we're trying to figure out if there's anybody in here that's thinking that the Earth is a globe, which is pretty odd. But I mean, it's 2022, man. We're trying to get everybody in the right mindset of like questioning the heliocentric ideologies,
I sure remember, but how was that idea actually introduced to anyone, including you or anybody else here? When was the first? I mean, it's like all of us used to, think or believe that the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's just like that's just like everybody knows that. I mean, it's just if you think anything else, but it's just like it's become a thing now. They've made it into a concept, whether flat versus globe, which it never was when we were growing up, right? Because everybody knew, Earth is Earth, and even though it was a third rock from the sun, it was still Earth. You know what I mean? Maybe it's like now it's become a challenge whether or not you can make a better argument than the flat earthers can now. It's just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. That goes back to dumb instead of real.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, one of the things that I've seen, like, man, over the years that we've been doing this, Helio, is like, it does get into a pissing contest for sure. Like,
Yeah.
And that's where it gets into like these, the guy
who could punch each other harder in the mouth than with verbal arguments.
Yeah.
It's
and really,
dumb. It's like
all it
like
is.
None of us are dumb, and they know it. And it's like they accuse all of the flat earthers of being ignorant and dumb because they don't understand that the Earth is a globe. And I mean, they make all these freaking stories about us. But every time they come in here, they have no real evidence that the Earth can possibly be the third rock from the sun. And all the claims they make, but they don't even make any claims because they can't. Because they're scared of actually making a claim every single time.
That's where the rubber hits the road, right? There's their proof, like the veracity of their claim, like they have nothing. They have nothing left. You're right.
Yeah, but to be honest, you can't blame the general person. This is like, dude, there's a shitload of people in Czechia, and they come in here, and it just becomes just like, hey, why do you think? Which we love that. That's what we're here for, right?
Oh, we can't blame the ones we can't blame the ones that are in here that just continually are combating
No,
and
but they're
fighting
not
their
allowed.
own
They're not
cognitive.
allowed in here, though. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
When
for not for very long. Not
Yeah,
for very long. Yeah.
yeah, but the new people that come in, day after day, it's like, hey, what do you guys think? There's flat or this or that? I mean, we go over the different, topics, and at the same time, we've all been through that process as well. So that's how we can actually relate more to new people coming to the topic than like the veterans and the flat Earth globe Earth topic. They really don't have any physical evidence that the Earth is.
So maybe
But
after
the new people have gone through the process, or at least have the initial questions that we all have, right? So it's just like there's no reason for us not to talk about that. But if they're going to obfuscate, a lot of times we don't let those idiots or those I'll say idiots. They're not idiots. They know exactly what they're doing. We don't let them in here because we're trying to meet new people in this server.
Yeah, and speaking of new people, like when maybe we should change our narrative a little bit. Like let them ask their questions and go through whatever process that looks like. But then when we ask them our questions, maybe we should change our question to how will you live? Wait. How will you live differently in a post-globe existence or reality?
Post-globe? Well, but do you think if they understood the Earth was flat, it would be different? I mean that's really kind of that's more of an ideological spiritual thing. Yeah, but I mean you can't explain that to them right up front, and that with the argument itself.
No, you let the information smack them in the face. It's the information, not the personality. It's the
That's
information.
why we
itself.
keep it simple, stupid, Sonny. That's why I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The information itself will smack them in the face, and then
good on you then, there, Helio. Good on you.
What did it do to you, bro? I mean, tell us your testimony about when you found out that. I mean,
my testimony.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'll give you a quick 90
synopsis.
Seconds. Yeah, just quickly. So I was fed up with everything. Like I had looked into like the lies about law, medicine, like every aspect, health, like all kinds of stuff, like industry, like I don't know, man. I looked into so many different things. And I was just fed up with the whole thing. And I'm
talking about specifically about flat Earth.
Oh, right. And I'm going to get to that. So, when I finally decided to actually take a look, I saw Eric Base 200 proof, and I looked at that, and I was at a point where I was ready to actually look at it with open eyes, just to be able to just sit there and digest the information. And I watched the whole thing, and actually I was riveted because the first couple of things are very profound for somebody who kind of has an engineering mind, like I love measuring things. I was a machinist in the Navy, carpenter. I like building, all kinds of things like that. So when I discovered those things, I go, yeah. So really, here quickly, I'll finish. So real quickly, what happened was about the stuff about water, because I'd done a lot of sailing, as you know, since I was a child, and so I realized that all that water. So I go, well, there's plenty of water here. I'll just go out and look myself. And I started looking on Google Maps to see how far things were from at my different locations here. And I went out and looked the first few days or weeks, and I go, wow, there's no freaking drop like they're saying, man. I can see way out there, like you can see a point of land, but yet then you can still see a ship way further out than the point of land. And so those things started to not jive. to not dive with me very quickly here because I go every place I look is like this black swan moment.
Well,
you know, I'm like,
even
wow.
if you're traveling, I mean, I'm not sure. You live in San Diego now, but did you grow up in San Diego or near the coast?
No, and was born in Chicago, raised in St. Louis.
But
until
when
I
you
was
got to
15,
California, where did you learn sailing from? Chicago, you can
I
do
learned to sail in St. Louis on the Mississippi River on a 24-foot venture.
Oh shit!
24-foot sloop.
Sailing on a river is different than sailing on a lake.
Yeah. So then, when we got to California, I traveled to Mexico City with my best friend from high school, and when I got back, I moved on to my dad's boat, a 42-foot catch,
You sailed
which
to
I lived on
Mexico
for
City?
8 years. No, I traveled on land to Mexico City. When I got back from that trip, I moved on to the boat. During the time I was on the boat, I got a job helping deliver a sailboat.
Hold on. I haven't heard this story from you. You traveled in North America from St. Louis or whatever.
No,
overland to Mexico City or anywhere
from LA, from LA,
LA
from
to
LA,
Mexico
from Santa
City?
Monica. Yeah.
To Mexico
yeah,
City?
to
Man,
San Blas,
like
first, which is south of
central
Mazatlan.
Bro,
200 miles south of Mazatlan. It's about 1,250 miles south of the border.
Pretty
From
deep
there,
into
after we
Mexico,
lived there at a little jungle beach town for 3 months in San Blas, we got a ride with someone in a 57 Volkswagen bus and all the way to Mexico City over the Continental Divide. That was crazy. You see crosses all over the hills where people crash.
Imagine, bro, but I met
Anyway,
holy shit.
and then through Guadalajara and then to Mexico City. And then we visited people that we met on the beach in San Blas. They had some really Acapulco gold and they gave us their number and address. We ended up actually going to Mexico City, calling them and visiting them, stayed with them for a couple of days and ended up going to the pyramids at Teotihuacan, which is about 40 miles.
Well, I'm pretty sure the people in Mexico
City.
City will be like, "You ain't been here before. I'm going to show you something." Yeah, that's the way I think about visiting Mexico City. I mean, it's like
it was wild.
Hey,
but then listen,
it doesn't matter who you are. It's like I'm going to show you something.
But then listen, after that, when I was 21, living on my dad's boat, bored of Los Angeles, I needed to get out of LA really bad. Out of the whole scene, get away from the people, my friends, like the whole situation. And so I was working in a little marine hardware store, Marina Del Rey, and I was just turned 21 years old. And this guy comes in and goes, "I got a delivery job of this boat, a 51-foot Taiwanese, what do they call it? I forget. There's a name for it. Taiwanese 51
City story. Tell us about.
No, we're beyond that one.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to talk about that shit. But that's okay.
Well, yeah. I walked to the top of the pyramid, the Sun Pyramid in Mexico City. I did. And then I got a bus ride back.
If you don't want to. It's okay.
I did. I just did. What else do you want to know? I saw the weird faces of the strange things carved in stone on.
You're jumping back to your dad picking you up on a boat in Marina Del Rey.
No.
I mean, Mexico City is far away from Marina Del Rey. But anyway.
I know. When I came back from Mexico on a bus from Mexico City, then I moved on to the boat. And during that time, I got this job with this person delivering 51-foot Taiwanese 51 to Martinique from Marina Del Rey, 6,000 miles over water. So I jumped on that job and I sailed there with these people. So then after that, later I joined the Navy when I was 26. So I had
a
lot of adventures on.
You were 26, you said?
Yeah.
So you went to Navy boot camp?
Yeah, here in San Diego. That's why I'm here, because I never left once I
All right,
joined the Navy, went to boot camp. Huh?
I was going to ask, I mean, a lot of times, I mean, people like where I'm from, if you join the Navy, Army, Air Force, or Marines, they'll ship you God knows where to boot camp. But you actually got to when you joined the Navy, you were actually in boot camp.
I lived in LA.
Your town.
I lived in LA. No, I lived in LA.
They don't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, if you join the military in Central America, they'll ship you wherever the fuck ever for boot camp. But but you're very privileged to have gone to boot camp near where you live. It doesn't happen for a lot.
Yeah, pretty close. And then I got a job on a ship, here, and lived in a beach town for 4 years here in Ocean Beach, the beach town here in San Diego, and with my wife at the time. Then so flat Earth.
That's typical California shit. I mean, it's just like it's like Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines.
No, it isn't.
I mean, no, really, bro. I mean, people
what are you trying
when
to
they
say?
join the military in Central United States, they'll fucking take you away from your family, or even if you don't have a family or whatever, or your mother and your father, and it's like, I'm joining the Army or the Marines or whatever. They'll fucking ship you to 2 different fucking boot camps in the middle of fucking nowhere, and boom. But that's all I'm asking you. I've never done it, and I refused to do it when they would try to recruit me. So I was like, no, fucking, I'm staying right here. But you were like, I'll join the Navy and I'll go to the same boot camp, then the same city.
Look, it was you don't get to choose. Like, I just lucked out. You don't get to choose where they send you. So I lucked out.
What?
I lucked out.
All right, cool.
That's because of my recruiter. Listen, I had a really good recruiter. Like, this guy was like top notch. This guy was like upstanding man, like freaking Navy SEAL.
Nobody
took us to a bunch of events.
Nobody gets that. Almost nobody gets that. So now I'm kind of like, what the fuck? Did you have that privilege? Because almost nobody that's recruited by the military ever gets that for their initial charge.
I'm telling you, it was because of my recruiter. That's why I'm telling you. That's why. That is the reason why.
You just happen to know him, right? And he gave it. I mean,
no, I didn't know him. I didn't know him.
But he had a big dick.
I don't fucking know. How would I know that, Helio? What the fuck?
I'm just
weirdo.
No, I am a weirdo.
Yeah, apparently you are.
It's just like almost nobody gets the initial charge to their favorite base where they want to do boot camp.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Hello? Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Have you all said hello to Hypnotic?
Let's do that.
Yeah, I'm meeting one.
Maybe you can. Still kind of a boomer with the mobile system here.
Hello, Hypnotic. Your microphone's open. Say hello if you wish. All right, that's the only new person I see. Y'all can go back to Navy stories or wherever you're doing there.
No. I won't apologize for what I said, but Sonny, man, I mean, it's just kind of weird. I mean, it's almost impossible to actually, like, I want to join the Navy, but I want to go to this boot camp, and I want this person to be in charge. And it just kind of sounds like what you're saying. But that never happens, Dad. But I just happened to have this Navy guy, that knew my family.
Yeah, but check it out. But look, I had never been to San Diego. I never got asked if I wanted to go to any particular place for boot camp or not. Ever. They don't ask you. They just tell you where you're going.
That's what I'm
They're
saying.
not asking you, you got a choice between Great Mistakes or San Diego.
Did your dad know that guy?
My dad wasn't in the military. No, my dad had nothing to do with. Yeah, nothing to do with it.
You were just in that fortunate situation. Hey, sometimes
I was an adult already. I just did it because I wanted to do it, or I felt I needed to. I'm not sure it was the right thing, but yeah, it was the right thing. I knew it wasn't going to be a career for me. I knew that much.
This sounds familiar to what you've talked to Bong, many times before.
Yeah, Bong went to Great Lakes.
He was in the American Navy, and it's just like he was like, I'm American Samoan, which is not an American state, but he joined the U.S. Navy, and it's kind of. I'm giving you shit. Come on, man. I mean, let me give you a little.
I don't care. I can take it.
And because I give it the Bong too, and I've never even been in the Navy.
Actually,
you guys went through boot camp, and that's a difficult process. So I'm just with words, I'm giving you shit, but I've been through American shit and Samoan shit or whatever.
You've been through a hell of your own, Helio.
Yes, exactly. But anyway, you were in the Navy, and so was Bong, right? And Bong has some stories, and you have too.
Yeah, yeah, I've got a bunch of stories.
That's all good. I mean,
most of which I won't
I'm
tell.
not trying to take the whole piss out of you. I'm just and it.
Hey, I don't care, man. I like the friendly.
It almost seemed like a few minutes ago.
You're accusing me of sniffing up to the freaking recruiter to get a better position or a better place? What? Weirdo.
See, I do that on purpose.
I know, man. I know. I got you. You're pretty hard to joker. Don't try to joke the jester, man. Come on, man. Where's your platter?
Before I talk to you guys tonight, I watched Richard Pryor documentary. There's a new one that just came out. You guys like Richard Pryor, man? You should watch it. Friggin' badass. That motherfucker was out of control. I'm not near as out of control as that son bitch. But I don't want to be, and I don't think he wanted to be either. I mean, who's not a fan of Richard Pryor? He was freaking awesome. So, but his personal life was, I think, even in his films and his stand up and everything, he was just, this is me. I don't put all of me out there, but I try to do the best I can. But I don't think you should know me or want to know. I mean, I think that goes for a lot of people. So yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Richard Pryor and a lot of people just they put themselves out there, and sometimes they shouldn't, but they must. Yeah, it's a really interesting. What was that? I'm trying to. Which I think it was on. It was on FX. I think it was on HBO. As for this.
I give Bong shit too, so there's nothing new about that.
Oh, sure. I mean, everybody gets shit here, man. So if you feel like you're getting You know, somebody's just like, nobody likes me, or somebody's taking the piss out of me. It's just like, you know, check yourself. Let's roll with the punches. You know, I mean, this is a tough room. Sometimes it's not, but sometimes it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I
If
mean,
you feel like if you feel like you're being picked on or picked on here in the Discord, overly picked on, there's a complaint department down in the basement. That's next to
yeah,
the Flat Earth Judge's office.
yeah, and this live stream is for everyone to listen to. We're trying to actually recruit new people to jump in to the Discord and talk to us. So you know, once they meet the characters and if they're listening for a while, and they click on the link, then we can check them in, get them in here in the live talk, and then you get to meet us, Ada. Of course, we're assholes. We've been doing this for a long time. Some of us aren't. Some of us are. I mean, it just depends on the. Yeah, speak for yourself. You know, it's just like all of you guys.
Helio,
Go ahead, brother.
did you realize that, as far as I know, there has never been a direct measurement of Earth's curvature by anybody, anywhere? Did you know that?
Yeah, I realized that like 5 years ago. But what do you mean?
That's weird, ain't it?
No, well, it's not weird to me anymore because Earth is not what they told us it is. Exactly right, Dave.
If
Because
anyone out there listening thinks they can prove me wrong, please bring and present that direct measurement. We've been waiting. Go ahead, Helio.
bring it. No, bring it on. Apparently, we can have dead air for 3 hours. If they can't bring us the globe, which we've been asking for over 5 years now, they can show us the globe. We'll shut all of this down. You could have dead air for 3 to 12 hours or whatever. It's like, oh, let's go over there and show these flat earthers where the globe is. Guess what doesn't happen? They don't ever.
The
They don't,
globe
they
remains
don't
in my
even challenge their own mind to come over here and show us the globe. They don't even have enough spirit and consciousness in their mind to come over and show us the globe.
because the globe don't exist in reality. End of story.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Join us once again, everybody, in trying to solve the globe enigma.
I mean,
The
the
globe,
only
the globe
reason
is on TV.
the server, and the YouTube channel, wherever it's broadcast, or any live stream from this server exists, is for you guys to come in here and show us why we're wrong about this. Go ahead, David.
I was just saying on us, the globe exists only in men's minds, imaginations, and on TV screens. It's the only place the globe exists, not in reality.
Since there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of people that know the Earth is a globe, why can't they just join the server and say, I know the Earth is a globe because, boom, give us the answer. We've been waiting for the real answer for at least 7 years. We've been doing this for a very long time. Not even that hard. If you know the Earth is a globe and you know flat earthers are wrong, bring your shit on in. We'll shut it down if you give us actual proof.
I posted in the chat. I think the Artemis 1 spacecraft was supposed to launch on the 29th. I wonder if we can get a picture of the globe on that rocket. It's supposed to go to the moon and back. It's supposed to circle the moon and come back. I think it's supposed to launch on the 29th. What's the betting line on either it doesn't launch
Hey,
or
Iron
we
Horse,
never. Yeah.
what you're going to get as a response from what we all just said, and that's good that you're paying attention. What you're going to get as a response is, you guys are just disbelievers, and you just don't believe NASA. I mean, that's their excuses. It's like, let's have some real proof of this. I mean, I'm not taking away from anything you're saying, Arnors, but that's going to be their answer. You don't believe NASA? They told us on the news it's real, and they're going to, go ahead, brother. No, I'm being facetious, but go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I just thought it was funny. It's not really in the news much. I think
No, it's not. It's not, is it?
Yeah, you would think the first quote
Something
unquote
as fascinating as that, right?
Yeah, you would think that would be. They're all busy worrying about somebody breaking into Trump's house.
They don't want to rile up all those flat earthers, like
Yeah.
advertising it like that. Like, I mean, people are already getting a little upset. And apparently flat earth is everywhere now on like even the mainstream media.
It's toasty. Like, it's like, God, I want to get some toast, maybe cook an egg or eat some oatmeal, and then turn on the news. Like, God damn, I mean, it's like, oh, Mars or any other. It's like, Mars. Does anyone here actually watch mainstream news? It's like, I'm gonna drink my coffee and I'm gonna check out mainstream news.
No.
I actually watch
Never.
some of the mainstream news after the fact because people I get some links from people in social media, and it's like, you got to see what they're saying now. It's just like where I used to. I ain't gonna lie, I used to be a mainstream news addict. I'd fucking fall asleep and wake up to Fox News or CNN, all that kind of stuff. I'd be like, all right, which one am I going to fall asleep to now? And a lot of times now I fall asleep to Hollywood videos and stuff. So it's kind of like almost the same thing because the Hollywood programming is only, it's like people believe the mainstream news is a portion of the truth when they watch the Hollywood films and series and stuff. They're like connected to their own version of truth, and they're trying to figure out, should I be liberal, should I be conservative? You're looking in the wrong direction. And
It's whatever prism. It's whatever prism they want you to believe. You go to Fox News, it's one prism, and you go to CNN, it's another one.
Sure, but even with both of them connected together, they actually utilize the fictional stories that are going on in Hollywood. They connect them to the actual politics and everything, and then you've seen some of those on the street interviews that people do with YouTube, and they ask them, who was the first president?
Couldn't answer it. Yeah.
Yeah, they couldn't answer it, or who's what. They can't even answer something modern day shit. It was like, who's the current president? Who's the current vice president? They can't even fucking answer it. But So it's not our fault. Well, it sort of. I mean, I always, yeah, it's my fault. I'm a dumbass. I'll fucking own that shit. My fault. I'm a dumbass. But but the people that programmed my parents into raising me this way, it's their fault. But I still love my mama. She do what she do, but she doesn't. When I start talking about some of this shit, it goes way the fuck over her head. It's just not her fault. She's like the best she could. But I don't consider myself special. I consider myself somebody that can show everyone that they're special too. And special, they have this idea of special when it comes to knowledge. They call special people dumb. Which anyway, I'm gonna.
You special, all right, Helio. You special, all right.
Don't wait. Don't do quote me on that. Don't do quote me on that.
I know.
I'm special. Don't do quote me on that.
Yeah, we're all a little special. Some of us are what they call gifted. I don't know what is that? Is that the right term? Anyway, so we've come to the end of the road, ladies and gentlemen. The globe has lost due to
with those types of things, Sonny. We've come to the beginning of the road.
Well, it's the end of the globe and the beginning of a new reality, post-globe reality. Actually, we always lived on a flat Earth, so now it's about joining together with this information to further ourselves out of the Stone Age.
Like
because
they'll say anybody that thinks the flat Earth is special in the retard way, right? But that's absolutely not true because they're afraid to talk to us because we are not special in that way. Even though, anyway, I mean, I'm referring to some like comics can use retard and just like retard, which is not actually because I think people that are, have mentally challenged, they can figure out exactly what we're talking about. It's not even hard to figure this shit out. You don't have to be special or smart or any other way. We're using general knowledge to figure out what the fuck this place is that we live in.
Well, you don't have to be smart. You just have to observe. I mean, you just have to observe your surroundings.
You don't have to put a label on your general knowledge. Doesn't matter. And I'm not going to repeat myself. I already just said it. Anyway. You don't have to put a label on your understanding. We all live in the same place. We all experience the same shit. If you would have believed the Earth is a third rock from the sun and third rock from the sun and the solar system, Milky Way galaxy, that's freaking going multiple millions of miles across the universe. You can believe that if you want to, but that's you believing it. I don't think it's true, but you can believe if you want to. And some people think they have evidence for it, but they actually don't. The only place that all of us exist is right here on Earth. It's like, you dumbass flat earther, don't you see the moon and the sun cycling and the stars? And I was, bro, don't even get me started on that shit. I promise you don't want to start talking about that shit because you're You're not talking about the same thing. I'm talking about our natural experience, but don't even get me started about the sun, moon, and stars. Won't even help your case. I promise.
Well, I think it doesn't. What is missing in the world is just a simple thing of saying I don't know. Everybody wants an explanation of everything, and hell, I don't know what's beyond the firmament. I don't know.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Iron Horse. I don't know. If you say I don't know, that's the most honest thing that you can say about this entire argument.
I don't know. I don't know what's beyond the firmament. I don't know what's
no. Without a caveat, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like check this out. I mean, if a glober comes in here and they start saying, "Well, we do know this and we do know that," but then once you get break it down to a certain point, they're going to have to admit,
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and so I mean, it all comes down to a caveat. I mean, and it could come down to a belief, but the ultimate belief is like I exist, I live on Earth, and what I experience is a level stationary plane. If you're trying to throw some bullshit caveats at me, it was just like, well, it looks like it's a plane, but it's not. It's just like, well, it's the craziest thing. You're in some type of delusion where the Earth, as we all as humans experience the same Earth. Where's this globe? You can, I mean, you can break it down to different aspects. Where's this stupid Earth that you're talking about? This globe Earth that you're talking about. It's like, well, the ships go over the horizon. Well, they don't because they can't because what you experience from the shore of you guys know I don't need to go through all the bullshit argument. But
Well said, Helio.
that's the base axiom is just like all of us live on Earth. There is no globe Earth. There's no such thing as that.
You are correct, Helio. Can I butt in for a second?
Yes, please.
I just posted a channel, a video I just watched, Level Headed William and Natalie channel. They got like 700 subscribers. But he's got a real good encounter in real life with this guy. All he's got's like a poster board with level water on one and curvy water on the other one. And the guy just gets it right away. You should check out the video. And that channel needs more subs because he's going out in reality and talking to people, which is good. Anyway,
I'm definitely gonna check that one out. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. You guys fucking continue. I mean, that's the way I see it. Yes, I pretty much broke everything down the way I see it. It's just like there's no such thing as a globe because it can't exist according to natural observations. And and I think Dave and I, we've known each other for freaking like
what is
5
this
years.
globe? What is this globe you speak of, Helio?
Yeah, what globe? What globe? It was just like, let's argue the globe. What globe are you talking about? Where? Where's this globe exist? Yeah, so yeah.
The only globe that exists that I know of is in every school on a teacher's desk, and that's it. There's no other proof other than that.
Yep, I'd have to say you're correct there, sir. So Helio went to smoke, so somebody else needs to bullshit for a little while. Who wants to? Go ahead. Iron Horse.
No, I'm not much of a bullshitter. I just, you know, I just, I've never had it proven to me. I've had, you know, I've had people try to explain it and they can't explain it. Uh, Only thing that they say is that's what they told me. That's what I was taught. And, you know, that's dangerous as hell. You know, um, you know, I don't subscribe to, anything that I can't prove and I can't feel. I don't feel this earth rotating. Uh, I don't feel any of that stuff. Never seen a curve, and I've been on jets all my life, and been looked out the window every time. Never saw a curve. Never saw a curve, and
So
you know,
how long ago did you come to this realization? You already sorry, already
well,
told.
actually, you know, 100% probably in the last few years. Um, I tried to, I never did believe the moon landings. Even when I was a young kid, never believed those. Um, but it really wasn't important to me. It really wasn't much to think about. If the Earth was flat or a globe, what it mattered to me. You know, um, but the more you start thinking about, especially with all the things going on and just the deceit we're getting from all of our institutions, and I'm sitting here going, the simplest one, the one that the first big lie I was actually told was the Earth was round. So I just started kind of researching on my own, and of course, my gut always told me that, but years and years of indoctrination, it was heresy, to talk about, flat earthers were crazy. They were, idiots, and I'm sitting here going, thinking about it, they're not they're not idiots. They're just observing. They're just stating what I've observed all my life. So, it's been the last few years that I've really, you know, really 100% bought in. Then started looking at just my big thing too was the atmosphere. How does the atmosphere stay on this earth if you've got a vacuum? It never did make sense to me. But I always knew a vacuum had to have a container.
That's the magical gravity Velcro.
Yeah.
You just gotta believe that, man.
Yeah, you can't just because someone tells you something, even though they're quote unquote supposed to be educated. There's a lot of difference between uh, being educated and being learned, being a learned person. Most of the people that I know that are highly educated are not, honestly, aren't very smart. When it comes to a lot of things, they're smart in what they've studied, but almost everything else are kind of idiots. So I don't, I don't, I guess I've learned. I just don't believe anything that I hear. I only believe what I see and what I feel, what I can, what I can justify in my own mind.
Yeah.
Especially something is you have to take all sense of reality and throw it out the window to believe a round Earth. You have to take that you everything that feel, everything in your gut. You just got to completely just chuck it, and you just can't. I just can't do that. Can't do it.
So how's your family taking this, or do you talk to them about it?
Oh, I don't talk to them too much about it because, but they know. Uh, I was talking on the chat one time about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Um, I was talking to one of my friends. His dad is a is a doctor, He's and I was talking to him, and I was telling him about how I just don't think the Earth is round. And he looks at me, he says, "You know what?" He goes, "My dad thinks the same thing." And he's a doctor. And I said, "Really?" He said, "Well, he don't talk about it much, you know." And he's an anesthesiologist. And I'm thinking, sitting to myself, I'm going, "There's a lot of people probably that think the way we do. They're just so terrified to speak it out loud. There's probably a lot more people. Once you can sit them down and explain that there's other people that think the same way they do and not be afraid. um, I always get kidded. I've been, like I said, I've not believed the moon landing since I was young. I mean, when I when I was a young kid, when I saw that lunar rover running around the moon, on TV, I knew it was bullshit. And I always get, I'm always kidded around that. I believe the moon landing is a hoax. You know, um, I've been kidded on that for 30 years. So, um, but I think there's more people that actually in their heart of hearts believe that what they've been telling about the Earth being round, they can't. The thing is it don't affect them. It's kind of like how I felt. Whether it's flat or round, what's it matter to me?
Yep, you just hit on the main enemy we have is, generally speaking, apathy.
Right.
Maybe they did care. Maybe they did lie about it. They don't really give a fuck.
Right. Exactly. It don't pay my bills. Don't pay
Yeah.
my mortgage. It don't send my kids to school. It doesn't. Doesn't let me take vacation every year or whatever they want to do. It doesn't affect them that way. But once you learn that, once you can be manipulated by something, when they can sit there and tell you that everything that you see when you walk outside, look up in the sky, or stand outside and look at nature, look at all this glorious stuff. First of all, that it's not what we say it is, what we think it is, and that this is here by just some kind of grand accident. When they can get you to believe that, it all goes hand in glove in the secular world. That we're not important. We're just a little. The always thing is we're the little blue dot in the middle of this vast universe. We don't mean a thing. We're just a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. That puts people in a fearful position, and a position where you don't think you don't think you're any count. You don't think you're important. They don't think the earth is important. And it creates this I guess, a way that people don't think of themselves as important, so you can be manipulated. When you don't think you're important, you can be manipulated. If you think you're important, if you think that you've got a meaning to be on this earth, it's a lot harder to be manipulated.
Unless someone manipulates you into doing something you think is in your self-interest.
Yeah, Iron Horse, everyone here is important. Even the detractors, I mean, they want to come in and make themselves important. And
Right.
say, all you flat earthers are just like, you're making this shit up. You want to be special. No, we've come across this information, and we're trying to spread the information, not because we want to be special. This is important to us. Now, if you come in here and make a claim and say the only reason you're just a detractor is because you don't like what we're saying, well, why the fuck are you here? Anyway,
the Globers think they're important. The Globers think they know everything. Think they're godlike with their
that's
knowledge.
fine. That's fine. If they had something, they fucking wouldn't be here anyway. I mean,
what they say they know is just a bunch of nonsense.
Hey, listen though, Orion. I mean, it's just like if new people want to join, we're just like we introduce the topic, and it's just like if they want to join like step by step, bro. I mean, just step in here, show us why we're wrong about this, show us step by step. I mean, we're here all the time, but the only reason we're here is for you. Because we already know that the Earth cannot be a globe, but you think it is. Show us the globe. Show us we're wrong about it. And it's not like it's not about what you think it's about. Maybe you do. It's just like, oh, flat earthers, let me show me this. Because a lot of people have tried to come in and shut us down, but they can't. So anyway, show us the globe and we'll shut it down. So anyway, but I mean, everybody be patient with these people that are trying to show us the globe, which they can't do. But
yeah, if it was a globe, this wouldn't exist to begin with.
Exactly, bro. I mean, it's just like, I mean, truth season, we can do different arguments, which is fun, just like, hey, when new people jump in, oh, you're gonna show us the globe, I mean, come in there and show us the globe. It's like, bro, if it was a globe, I would have figured that shit out a long time ago. But anyway, I mean, these guys are like, hey, flat earthers are so dumb, they can't figure out the earth is obviously a globe. Bro.
Speaking of things that are dumb, someone mentioned Third Rock from the Sun, the sitcom, from like the 90s and the early 2000s.
I bring that up all the time because that's their argument.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, it is. But something I thought was so funny about watching that on the TV as a child growing up is that I would see these they are deliberately outrageous, like because it's a sitcom, it's a comedy. So they make these cartoons
with
of
Hollywood,
the globe falling around.
That's not the only one they've put out. Yeah.
Yeah, Helium's talking. So they put these cartoons out, in their cut scenes as they're going from one scene to the next or coming back from a commercial, where they're showing like, the Earth falling around the sun and all these planets and all that. But I just thought it was so interesting how they make it cartoonish, like to the next degree, where it's deliberately cartoonish. And I just remember watching that as a child, thinking to myself, like, as they would go from that cartoon to the actual set where they're filming the sitcom and like seeing everything is stationary and nothing's falling over or anything. Like, I just remember instinctively thinking to myself, gosh, it really feels like there's something wrong with this. What is it? I don't know.
There always is. And it took them a long time to actually put that show out, Third Rock from the Sun. But they put a whole shitload of space movies and TV shows about the Third Rock from the Sun before they actually called it the Third Rock from the Sun. That's all I was getting at. Anyway, go on. Yeah, and it's just like, hey, can we? How much can we take the piss out of you before you actually see why we're taking the piss out of you? Because I mean, Third Rock of the Sun has been a thing for over 100 years. With the Scientology included, and other religious methods. And Hollywood, I mean, it has Star Trek and freaking Star Wars. Third Rock, it's space, man, the galaxy. Third Rock from the Sun. Now, when they made
if the heliocentric model wasn't taught to us, what would they have named that show?
No, it doesn't have to be, because everybody's dumb, right? But they made this.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering, like, because what would they have named the show?
Called Third Rock from the Sun. But
they obviously wouldn't have named it.
They also made one before that called Star Trek, right? And they explored the galaxy, right? And they had the Third Rock from Sun being Earth, and they have this. This is where the source of, the galactic freaking government and all that shit, which we already have. But at the same time, with that Star Trek thing is just like, if we would let the galactic force take and control, then it's gonna be the best thing that ever happened. But through the show, they told you, well, that doesn't always work because now you're dealing with different galaxies and different planets, and they're through the evolutionary process. They have, anyway, man, that's the story. But we don't have any physical evidence for all those different alien planets and shit. But what I was getting at is that their third rock from the sun theory and all that kind of stuff. That's through Hollywood and NASA, all that. They have no evidence there's anything beyond that. It's just the story we're supposed to support now. And it's like, well, could have been, should have been, would have been. That's pretty much all we have. I don't have evidence of aliens or any other planets on outer space. We don't know where Mars is. We don't know where Venus and all that, but we do observe them traveling across the sky. I mean, shit. I saw Venus this morning when I was on my way to work. I don't know where it is, but I certainly fucking saw it when I was on my way to work this morning. How about that? When I saw Venus in the sky, was it the only reason I could see it is because, dude, it was pretty far above the horizon, which is really like I've been seeing Venus for like a month now. Every single time I go to work, I see Venus above the horizon. It's a very strange phenomena to me because and it's I've been following this flat Earth stuff for a while, but like when I'm on my way to work, maybe I'm in a unique position or whatever, but I see Venus almost every day. The moon I can see sometimes, but bro, I see Venus in the sky all the time. Now, it's in what they call an inner planet. I was waiting for someone to say it, but you're not. Inner planet in the solar system, right? So it's an inner planet, and according to our position in the solar system, I think you could argue this same point with anyone that's a solar system guide or like the reason you see Venus is because it's it's not self illuminating. It's just it's in a position where you can see it because the sun is over here, and that's why you can see it in the high in the sky when you're on your way to work. Anyway, I don't buy that shit. But anyway, we all know the standard position, of the idea about the solar system. And it's like, well, that's a good explanation, but why the fuck is there no curvature on Earth?
Oh, did you read the article? I kind of cruise through articles all the time in the, on the internet. Did you read where they said the Earth is spinning faster now than it was, and now they're going to have to change the clocks to compensate for the extra spinning, the faster spinning of Earth? I never felt it,
dude. I've been seeing Venus for like 2 or 3 weeks now. I've seen Venus in the sky on the way to work, and I'm just like, yeah, that's impossible. And that stupid heliocentric idea, that's impossible. With their claim that the only reason you can see Venus is because the sun's reflection. That's fucking impossible. Are you doing science? Well, you don't have to do science when you just do angles. That's fucking idiot.
How much light does gas reflect? I mean, they say that Venus is made out of, the atmosphere is like what, hydrochloric acid or something, something crazy like that. It rains acid, and it's 8,000 degrees on the surface.
The entire time the moon is changing phases, the sun moves a different way, but Venus has been there for friggin' a few weeks. And it's just like when I'm on my way to work, oh, there's Venus. And then, it looks like a bright line. I didn't zoom in. I don't have a fucking P900 or a P1000. It's like, but I'm on my way to work. It was like the sun is, and I can see the sun and moon sometimes at the same time, but Venus is always right there. Their claim is that the reason you can see it is because the sun's reflecting off. Could or could be not true, but not with the phases, the way to describe it, in my opinion. It's like you're you're a retard. You don't understand science. Which that's not science. It's just patterns, 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 patterns. It's not science at all. And it's same way with the with the heliocentric model. Patterns, patterns. So would it work the same way, with the patterns in the heliocentric idea? I don't think it would. Because I won't guarantee anyone else can see Venus tomorrow morning. When I go to work tomorrow morning, I'm going to see Venus in the sky while the sun's rising. There might be, I don't think there's a chance that I'm going to see the moon rising behind me because I think it's very near a new moon phase. I could be wrong. I can't figure. Anyway, I mean, like Venus has been a weird phenomena, and it's funny. Even on social media, people are talking about Venus and Saturn, aligning and all this stuff. But they're globies, but they're also like, which I ain't gonna lie, I'm not. I'm down with the alignment of the phases of the moon and how it relates and all that kind of stuff. I think that's a thing. A lot of people say, "Oh, well, that's satanic." I don't think it is, but anyway. But I would bet you any money you can go out at 6 a.m. and see Venus. It doesn't matter where you are on Earth. You're going to be able to see Venus. If you look at stars like right before sunrise, you see the brightest star in the sky. That's Venus. Doesn't matter where you are on Earth. Doesn't matter what time. That's Venus. And I have a feeling with the position of the moon compared to Venus, because if you're not aware, Venus does phase sort of like the moon, but it's over a longer period. Venus does phase like the moon. Are you guys aware of that? That is a yes or no answer. Are you guys listening? Am I being heard?
I'm listening, Helio.
So, are you guys aware that Venus phases like the moon? Not in 28 days, but it does phase.
Didn't know that.
It's not. Oh, now you know. Yeah, look it up, man. Venus phases of Venus. Look it up. And if you have a decent enough camera, or telescope, you'll be able to see the phases of Venus.
Is it just Venus?
What?
Is it just Venus?
Yeah, I mean the only other. Yes, the only other besides the moon, it's the only one that displays phases, as far as I know. Mercury might, but it's really hard to see Mercury. But because I mean, you rarely see Mercury anyway, because it's so in the heliocentric model. This is how they built the heliocentric model. But bro, Venus is fabulous, bro. I mean, I've seen Venus in the sky like for the past few weeks. Like every time I'm going to work, it's just like the sun is rising. I see freaking Venus just right up in the sky. I mean, I'm in a car, so I can't freaking zoom in on it and say whether it's phasing or not. But no, just look it up, man. Venus phases. Look it up. If you say I'm full of shit, freaking call me up. It's the only. It's Mercury and Venus are the only in the solar system are the inner planets, right? Mercury and Venus. Earth is the third rock from the sun, and they claim that Earth phases if you were looking from the outside, right? And we have, some of the shit people claim they went out to outer space and saw the Earth phasing because of how the sunlight is shining on Earth, but they have no evidence for that. I mean, these are the stories. These are the days of our lives. You hear the dramas, right? It's like you guys, you have parents that love the Days of Our Lives show. It's ain't a lie. I used to watch that shit, Days of Our Lives. The days of Earth. They, were third rock from the sun. And based on the position of Earth, Moon, and stars and everything. And then we have phases too, but the only way you can experience it is on Earth, which, goddamn, that's true. But we're not the third rock of the sun. There's no such thing as Earth in space. Now, if you can come in here and prove it, you can do it. Just like I was saying earlier. I don't think it's possible. You can call me a dumbass, and many people have. I don't think it's possible. Or plausible. But it's comparable, and this is how they get away with it. Like with the phases of Venus. It's like, oh, well, the reason you see phases of Venus is because, position of the sun. I'm not. It might be extrapolated to phases of the moon, because a lot of people say that the Earth shadow causes the phase of the moon, which that's been disproven many times. But it's very similar. But Venus only shows up in the sky in certain ways, like dozens of years. It takes dozens of years for you to experience the way that you perceive Venus now. So it's They want this simple cycle. It's like, oh, third rock from the sun, boom, boom. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4. But they also contradict themselves and say, hey, I have a different lunar cycle thing, and they also go into what's that? What's the one with the North Star? It's like
how you doing,
20...
everybody? How you doing, Elio?
No, I'm rambling. Somebody stop me, please.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Andy, it must be about 5 a.m. there.
Getting on, dude. I'm very much on American time.
Welcome.
Yeah, what's that cycle they call where it's 26,000 years, has to do with North Star? I can't think of the name of it.
I'm not sure about that one, actually.
It has to do with Polaris just moving in a semicircle. Anyway, it's really kind of irrelevant with everything.
No, I think I've heard something along them lines. Yeah, that sounds familiar. But the stars to me are just pretty.
Oh, it's precession of the equinox. That's
right.
what it is. Precession of the equinoxes. That's what it is. And that means nothing to anybody here because it's just like, what good. But I mean, I don't mind that because, I mean, it's just like this dumb globe is the worst thing, the worst perpetration that's ever been committed against humanity. It's the ultimate mind fuck. In my opinion, you don't have to agree with me.
No, it's quiet tonight in here.
Quiet, except for me, just bloviating.
No, there were loads of people yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, sure. But I'll tell you what. I mean, I think when there's some dead, we sometimes, and I think most of the day today there was dead air filled by some YouTube videos and stuff. But I'll tell you what. I think the dead air, everyone's getting prepared to come in here. I don't know.
Anyway, Iron Horse is here now. Iron Horse is here. Dude, Iron Horse is here. Let him talk for a bit. Please.
Who
Iron Horse.
Iron Horse?
He's going to tell me about Iron Horse.
Hey, Iron Horse, if I'm interrupting, man, I mean, all you have to do is open your microphone and say, shut the fuck up, Elio.
No, no big deal. I'm easy to get along with, man.
No, it's cool. I usually am too, but it just depends on if you hit me. If you hit me the wrong way. I don't think you will. I've heard you talk. Cool. Go ahead.
All I need now is Dave Hinkle. Can we get some Dave Hinkle?
No.
Okay, Andy.
Dave Hinkle. That'll be in heaven.
Are you talking about Dave Wrinkle as like a wrinkle in time?
No, I'm talking about the dulcet tones. Oh, do you know any Elvis?
No, just Paul McCartney.
Oh no!
We're joking, yeah. I'm not going to let that go.
Hold on, there's one. Hold on, what's the one Paul McCartney song that I think is awesome?
Well, he's done a few.
There's not only one. I like a lot of Paul McCartney's.
I start learning a song and then I just get bored and start learning a different one. The first 10 seconds of a song.
And my brother's absolutely brilliant. He can play like, Blackbird just so easy. And it's like...
Oh, I can play. Yeah, it took me a long time to learn that one. My guitar's detuned, but at the minute to play Going to California, so I gotta get it back in regular tuning. It's a labor of love. I mean, maybe for your brother it comes easy. For me, it's pure memory. It's practicing and practicing until
our Tez is like...
Flutter, what's your favorite Rolling Stone song?
Ooh. Ever since I came to Flat Earth, I don't believe in Rolling Stones. So,
I don't either. They're kind of shitty. I just want to check you.
What's that one I heard recently?
No, man, there is a couple good Rolling Stones.
Flowers in her hair. She's like a rainbow. Is that by Rolling Stone? She's like a rainbow. They did a good cover of How Does It Feel?
That don't count then, does it?
I know it's
like a rolling. That's a Bob Dylan cover.
Yeah, they did a great. Mick Jagger did a great cover of it. I love their version of it.
Yeah, I like that one.
I guess they had to with the lyrics, you know.
Well, fuck it, do what it do. But it's just like, I mean, it's kind of like we're doing in here tonight. It's just like Flat Earth, you dumbass Flat Earthers are live streaming. It's like you can say whatever you want. It's like, how does it feel
to be on a globe?
To be on a globe.
That's the next one you gotta do.
Yeah, it's just like, bitch, I can say whatever I want to. I mean, it's just like, like a Rolling Stone.
I have the tent pitched in my backyard, and I had your song going, Taking Your Globe Away. I was singing it at the top of my voice.
Oh, did you listen to that one?
The neighbors were walking past, probably wondering. There's a big fence, but so they can't kind of see me.
I will be taking your globe from you.
A live performance, boy.
That's good, man. I appreciate that, man. That's good.
Oh, I love that. I love that song.
Yeah, I wrote that one, and that's fun. It's fun. I can't believe you're listening to my shit. I mean, I talk shit on here, but the music is more me than the talk. Everybody, and a lot of people just like, shut the fuck up, Helio. But when I'm singing, they don't say shut the fuck up.
Everybody brings their different gifts.
Yeah. I love it.
Well, back in my DJing days, back in the day, I always used to play Honky Tonk Woman. So,
who's that by?
Rolling Stones. Oh. Hello, Honky Tonk Woman.
I'm not that educated when I come. Who did I grow up with? My dad always had Johnny Cash on in the background, and when I was growing up, and I guess I sort of started listening to U2 and Queen and stuff, but not much Stones in our house was played. Is that instant server?
No, that's fine. Guy I used to drink with, his name was Sean, and old guy, and he knew I loved Beatles, so he always used to just wind me up and call them a boy band. But essentially, he was absolutely right. They were the first boy band. They really were.
They're brilliant, but you look at some of their songs; they're really hard to play, like the chords and weird chord formations. It's like, no thanks. I'll just stick to Yellow Submarine.
Well, you'd be a fool. This is why I used to tell him back. I used to say, well, look, you'd be a fool to say that they weren't good. They weren't talented. They didn't write some good songs. It's like Elvis. You'd be a fool to say he weren't a great singer and entertainer, as far as I'm concerned. I think it's just objective, personally.
There's a new movie. Is it right over in the UK? There's a new movie about him.
Yeah, I watched it, actually. But it's like all modern movies, forgettable. It's meh. There's a moment there's a moment in it where they do capture it, where I don't know if there's some CGI and shit. I don't know what's going, because it's like 2 hours of an advert. That's what it reminded me of. When you see these huge, like this summer, them sort of adverts. It's like that for 2 hours.
How did they say he officially died? Was it an overdose or something? Or
clearly, I mean, he would. There's the old thing was he died on toilet. I don't know if you've probably heard that.
No.
But you only need to look at him in his last show to see that he was terribly inflamed. But he did like his cokes. He drank a lot of coke and probably snorted a lot of coke as well. I don't know. I don't know about that, but he was clearly on some things.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Elvis.
Hey, I mean, don't judge somebody by with this.
Totally.
But a lot of people really just like, oh. But I, as a matter of fact, right before I jumped in tonight, I watched a documentary about Richard Pryor.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys like Richard Pryor?
He's hilarious.
Are you gonna judge him by his fucking coke abuse?
Didn't know that.
Okay, well then, are you gonna judge Elvis by his coke abuse?
No.
Look at his art. Look at his fucking art. Come on, man.
100%.
Leo, I love Elvis. All right, I love him, and I love Richard Pryor too. So.
I used to abuse a lot of coke too, but I'm here right now, and I'm not even using cocaine. I'm drinking some, but I other than that, I'm here.
Imagine hearing him live with that voice. It's just unique voice.
Richard Pryor or Elvis?
Elvis.
Or me. My voice is unique, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, like a Rolling Stone. Now, Mick Jagger has a unique voice too. I mean, nobody sounds like that motherfucker either. But yeah, I mean, it's just like people. I mean, people are defined sometimes, by their public, figures and everything. But when you look into what they were involved in, I mean, you can't go by the documentary films made about them either. And that so it's kind of like, who were they? You'll never know, But you can get a clue. You can get a clue into it, but that's you. That's you too.
It may sound
it's also you. I mean, I don't mean you too, like the band. I mean, it's also you. I mean, we've all had experiences, and it goes back and forth. We've had troubles and trials. So anyway.
Yeah, it may sound like judgment coming from me, but it's really not. I love the man, and
yeah,
I think
Hollywood wants to make a big freaking deal about every single thing, and I'm not saying they weren't out of control at certain times, including a lot of Hollywood artists and everything, but they're exploited, with certain places. Like I couldn't imagine being put in that position.
I mean,
and I can't believe I actually wanted to at a certain point. I wanted to be a rock star. It's just like now looking back, I'm like, thank God I was in a rock star.
Well, the backbone of this new movie is basically showing you how Colonel took advantage of Elvis totally, and it was totally broke. Believe it or not, very late.
I mean, it's yeah, sure. When I was young and I thought I was going to be a rock star. And I probably could have been, but it was just like, I think at this point, I'd probably be still talking to you motherfuckers right now because I'd have blew all that fucking money, and I'd probably be dead, to be honest. because the way I was rolling back then, I'd probably be dead. If I actually got like a good record deal, I'd probably be like one of those dead guys.
I can't imagine the pressure that must be on those guys, and the stress and the temptation and everything. I mean, there's a famous soccer player from back home from Belfast, like George Best, and it destroyed him, like a natural talent at soccer, but the fame. He's one of the first guys, I guess, celebrity soccer players, and it just destroyed his life, you know.
Yeah, sure did. He were very, very much an inspiration to me. You'd be surprised to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I looked at alt boozers, and there's a famous picture of George Best in his hospital bed, and he's completely yellow from jaundice, and it's awful to look at. And you know, before I stopped drinking the first
I
time,
couldn't see how anybody could play soccer if they're drinking.
well,
because I've seen that freaking that game. You're running up and down the field. How the fuck can you run that fast?
Well, not everybody will like George Best. That's the point. he was a bloody legend, and yes, he did drink at the end of his career.
So he drank a lot, but he also could run hundreds and hundreds of yards every day.
I think it was at the end of his career more.
Right at the end, yeah.
Yeah, the heavy drinking.
Because that was part of culture, wasn't it?
All right, so after he built his career, then he was drinking. Because I don't know how you could play soccer like that, or football, you guys call it. Running that fast, with a hangover. I'd be like, bitch, I'm just gonna fall over.
Well, I think part of problem, what Plato were trying to say, is that he'd get this, adulation. He'd get this sort of. You can imagine everybody just loved him. He was like Jesus or something. And so when he was just a normal person and he were away from field, and everybody weren't cheering for him, and all of a sudden think about that. Then you're just a normal, average Joe.
I think
so, what do you take a couple of days off, dry out, and then you're back on the field, and you're really talented or whatever. I mean, I think that works a lot of way, same way with a lot of rock stars or whatever. But I don't think if I ever made it like that, I mean, dude, when I was a teenager or like early 20s, I thought I was going to be a rock star, and I could have been, but I just wasn't. It just didn't hit. I guess I didn't hit the right.
Could have been a blessing in disguise.
He also, by the way,
I'd probably be dead right now. You guys wouldn't even be able to talk to me. Just talk to me if I actually made it.
He was the first of his kind, I think, in the sports world. Sorry, Andy, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that he also got a liver transplant.
Two of them.
Oh, really?
He just got the one, and it ran NHS. Believe it or not. I mean, this were a rich man. Well, richer than most of us. And
a lot of the football players in Europe, they freaking make.
It's on NHS Americans. That means he got it done pro bono. He got it done free, basically, on National Health Service, and he carried on. He carried on drinking after.
He did.
So
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes. It would get very difficult to just give something like that up.
That means he was a complete asshole, like all the way asshole.
Well, no, it was just his demons conquered him. That's the reality of it. And
I get that.
He ended his days not too far from where I grew up, in a little town. Got a little fishing village. I think he moved to the coast before he died, at a little town called Portavogie. I think you might know better, Andy, if you've been following his life. But he would have been just about 5-10 miles down the road from me before I came out here to Canada. But I think he died even before I emigrated.
I think he was 54 or something like that, because people like Alan Watts. I love Alan Watts, the great philosopher, and he died at sort of the same age, and not from alcohol abuse. He doesn't actually say that on his Wikipedia, but
did he? Wait. I'm not sure. I've never heard that before. Did Alan Watts drink a lot?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I loved it. That's why I loved to listen to him, because I was shit faced while I was listening to him. And the legend is that
don't tell
was
anybody. I like to drink a lot too.
Yeah,
I'm just playing. Everybody knows.
I know. Say if he were in the side room to the where he was going to give a talk, he wouldn't be able to basically stand up. It'd be well, not that bad, but he was visibly like slurring his words and.
You from England, Andy?
It's like when you're in the zone, you're in the zone, even if you're drinking. You know, I mean, it's just like, but when you're just making an ass of yourself, that's a different situation.
Hang on a minute.
I've been in the same situation many times.
Elio, just all right. And so he'd come out to this room, say, and then he'd go and stand on the pulpit, or so to speak, he'd go and stand on the podium, and he'd be perfect. And you can go and listen to recordings, and he was drunk.
I've heard him many times. Yeah, sure.
And he sounds completely coherent. It's amazing.
Yeah, me too.
I never heard of him.
I mean, I'm slurring a little bit now, but yeah, I have a. Well, I don't even know why it came up, but it's like when I'm in the zone, I'm just like talking to people like, "Oh, you sound like you're drunk." It's like, what are you talking about? I'm actually like, something I want to talk about and I want to say, and give me freaking 10 minutes, and I'll freaking give you a coherent freaking, because I'll be listening to you guys talk for 30 minutes and it's like, can you give me 5?
Anyway, so basically, the story Alan Watts is he was a Catholic priest, ordained.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. He was a Catholic priest, and then he got drawn to the East, and is heavily.
No
influenced.
wonder he was a drunk. I'm just playing. I was raised Catholic, and so I can say that.
And then he's obviously heavily influenced by Buddhism, Japanese Zen, and Indian spirituality and all, Hinduism. So cool. He had the lot.
I didn't know he was. Well, you're gonna have to show me the evidence of him being, gone through the whole Catholic priest.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Thing.
What kind of stuff would he talk about, Andy?
No, not about what I mean, if you say he's a Catholic priest, he's going to have to have gone through the whole thing. I mean, he was Alan Watts he was American, right?
He was English.
Oh, he was English. Was he in which church? Was he in Orthodox or Roman?
I'm not 100% sure, but there's definitely a picture of him in his robes as well.
Wow.
And it's probably on Wikipedia.
I don't buy it, but anyway.
Well, he's probably on Wikipedia. I'm gonna have to find the picture now. I'll try and post it.
So I'm wondering if he's in the Roman tradition or I mean, Catholic means Roman, it associates with the Roman tradition, but if he grew up in England, then you're going to start talking about different orthodoxies, and there's different, anyway, from traditions and everything. But,
well, he did talk about Catholicism quite a lot, actually.
Sure, yeah, I'm quite aware of that. I'm just wondering. Maybe I didn't listen to him enough, but I'm just not sure which.
Anyway, Iron Horse is here, and I want him to talk for some bit. Iron Horse, what say you?
What say you, Iron Horse?
Well, I actually wasn't paying attention. If you really know the truth, I was.
Oh, we weren't saying anything interested, so that's fine.
He's talking about. I don't know exactly what you were talking about. We were getting into music, and then we were getting to the Catholic religion. I don't know where we jumped.
Yeah, let's go back to music.
Well, I mean, how far?
Me like a fool.
I'll tell you. I will tell you though.
Tavistock Institute. I think we were kind of talking about that a little bit.
I will tell you though, like you were talking about Elvis. I think a lot of people, the end of his life where he might have had some issues. And
Might have.
well,
That's
I mean, we don't know. I mean, all we know for sure, he had a heart attack on his commode. So
no, we don't know that.
and we don't even know that. But you know,
That's the rumor. Yeah.
you take a dude like Michael Jackson. He died of obviously an overdose and accused of child abuse, and he's still, you know, nobody brings that shit up with him.
Yeah. I don't actually think you're guilty of that. I know that sounds a bit how that sounds.
Well, I don't know.
He definitely seems guilty.
All right, so that's me and you. That's two people. I don't think he's guilty of child abuse.
Because
he's a weirdo, but I don't think he sexually abused children.
Yeah.
I don't think he did.
I don't
think he was set up.
Well, he said
it
some
might have been subtle.
things.
Whatever. He was a fucking weirdo, but I don't think he like sexually abused children. You know, that way. You know, like hey, here's my fantastic freaking Wonderland. You know, you can come to my house, and it's just like, hey, they had some kids over. Now, whether or not that's, you know, officially child abuse, you know, but I mean, but sexual abuse, I don't. Mike's been weird his whole fucking life, and I can't. I don't know. I don't know anything about him, so I mean, but I just think
you go a guy.
All of that. I think it's all bull. I think it's just like freaking propaganda. But I mean, you know, whether I'm right or wrong about this, it still doesn't matter.
Well, you know, he was famous at 8 years old. I mean, he was famous.
Dude, he was famous at 5 years old. He was
5 years old, yeah.
Dude, he was the freaking. I couldn't believe, like, listen to him sing it. ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3, simple as do re mi. ABC, 1, 2, 3, you and me. Little 5-year-old kid singing that shit. It's like
you get, you know, like we was talking about people that's famous like that, man. I mean, I'm surprised there's not more dead.
He's a fucking prodigy. He's a prodigy, man.
Yeah, he was.
Now, it doesn't mean he can get away with some shit like abusing children. But but it's obviously he's kind of weird. Everybody knows he was a freaking weird guy.
Oh, let me tell you something, right? So there's this chat show in England called the Graham Norton Show. This is back when I used to watch TV.
Oh yeah, Graham Norton's great, man. I love that show.
And Russell Crowe was on it, right? And he said how Michael Jackson used to call him in his hotel room and pretend to be the front desk, and then it'd be like, he'd just say stupid shit, like a prank call. And then he'd be like, "Is that you, Michael?" And he'd hear this he'd hear this giggling, right? And then I was listening to Dick Gregory, the comedian, American comedian, old black guy. Dick Gregory were very prominent back in the 60s, by the way, with Muhammad Ali and all this stuff.
Dick Gregory's freaking badass too. Yeah.
And he said he tried to help Michael Jackson with this water fasting thing that he was doing and all this lot. And when he went to pick him up, when he was in this mess, he said something that stayed with me, and it clicked with this thing that Russell Crowe had said. And it was like, he said something like, he had the mind of a child. You see, he was like a child. And as soon as he said that, I was like, holy shit. And then I coupled that, because this is how my mind works, connects the dots. There was something that he said in that song, "They Don't Really Care About Us." Remember that one?
Yeah.
Well, there's a bit in that where he says something like, I can't remember the lyrics, but it's something like, "Do me, Jew me, everybody do." It's like that. And there's this clip from an interview where this female reporter's grilling him about this lyric, "Jew me," being racist, you know, anti-Semitic and that. And
but that's not even shit. The Jews owned Michael Jackson. What are you talking about? So I mean, it's
talking about. I'm talking about these people build people up to destroy them. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And as soon as I've connected those dots, I thought he's not guilty of this. He didn't do it. I could see him messing around and going Jesus juice and all that stuff that they were reported about, I could definitely see that part of it. But the molestation itself, I couldn't see because he was like a child himself. So it just clicked.
But you didn't know Mike, and I don't think a lot of people either. But
That's
you
true.
know, as the public persona is like, he kept trying to change his skin color, got fucking plastic surgeries. Like, well, is that even Michael anymore? It's just like, shit. As far as we know, that motherfucker died in '89, and then somebody else came out as Michael Jackson.
I mean, the point is, Elio, he crossed the line,
Yeah.
and these people own the media. They own the media, and they can portray you however they want.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, no, it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad, and I don't think. I mean, I've been a huge fan of Michael Jackson, and anyway, I never thought that he did what they said he did, and
I think my point was, you know, with Elvis, it always seems to go back to his drug abuse.
Yeah,
it always taints him in the media a lot, but it never the other stuff never tainted Michael Jackson. Is my point. It wasn't whether he was guilty or not. It doesn't. You know, we will never know.
I think it did.
I think Elvis did a lot of the shit they said he did.
No, I think Michael Jackson was certainly hurt by what. I mean, you can't say it weren't. I mean, I imagine his record sales just plummeted.
Now, it's just like I said, I watched the Richard Pryor documentary.
I mean,
before I came in here tonight.
He owned the Beatles.
And Richard Pryor said, I did all that shit. I did all that shit.
He owned all the Beatles catalog.
And this is what Dick Gregory said a lot. Dick Gregory talked about that a lot. Like,
and I think one of the things, I think one of the things that they tried to get Michael for is to get him in a spot where he had to sell.
He had to sing him.
Well, he had to say, you know, they were trying to get him to. I really think sometimes it was just like, you know, he owned the Beatles catalog and he owned another catalog of artists, and you know that's $1 billion. That was $1 billion portfolio.
Yeah, sure was.
And they wound up. I think did Michael sell that before he died?
I don't know.
He didn't need any. Michael wasn't the company, or Michael was just the guy, Michael Jackson. Well, he didn't. It might even not have been the same person as far as I'm concerned. But at the same time, it was a persona, and it was owned by multiple record companies and commercial companies. So you know that. I mean, how can you exist like that and then you have to hide, and then you do performances sometimes. It's like, oh, he's shows, one in Tokyo, one in freaking Moscow, and one in fucking London or something. And then it's like, oh, it's Michael Jackson. You get freaking 300,000 people to show up. Like,
anyway,
might have not even been the same fucking guy.
Iron Horse, carry on, because you were onto something there.
Well, he owned Michael Jackson, not a record company. Michael Jackson owned the library of all the Beatles songs, everything. And I think maybe one of the reasons they got him on all this stuff was to force him to sell that portfolio. And I don't remember if he sold it before he died or after he died, but I know that I think Sony bought it. One of these big conglomerates bought the rights. I think he might have had some other ones. He might have had Bruce Springsteen, or I know he had the Beatles, and he owned all the rights to their music, all the songs, all the copyrights, everything of the Beatles, and bought that. I remember seeing a thing. He bought that for like $80 million back in the day, or whatever, and it was worth $1 billion. And you know, you never know what people will do. Like you said, you know, when the When the powers to be want to crush you, they're going to crush you. If you want it, if someone wanted that portfolio of the Beatles music, the only way you could get it is to cause him for some reason to sell.
You make him toe the line, don't you?
Yeah,
Or else.
Make him toe the line or else. Like I say, I don't know.
It made me think of Prince as well, because Prince went through all that stuff, remember? That's why he went through all that stupid shit with changing his name to the artist and that symbol and all that stuff. That were all about copyright.
Yeah, because that's, the music is the whole thing is the copyright, is the ownership of the music. Because every time it gets played, you get your cut. You get a bigger cut. And that was the thing with one of my friends. I don't know if he's not really a friend. I just know him, Chris Stapleton. You ever heard of him?
Sounds familiar.
The country singer.
I'm not sure.
Well, he's a country singer, and he always said, performing and performing music concerts. He said he says the money is in the copyright of the music. And he wrote music for all these country artists before he went on his, before he became a solo artist. And he always said he made a lot more money writing music and owning the music.
Yeah, think about Neil Diamond. I mean, he wrote Monkeys catalog and all that stuff. Bloody hell!
Yeah.
It must be worth a fortune from that.
Yeah, you look at all these. You get an artist like Elton John or the Rolling Stones. Look at the catalog that they've got. It's unbelievable. But my point was with Michael Jackson is you are what history says you are. Not what you really were. It's what the it's what the media or history says you are is what you were. Just like Elvis. He probably the greatest entertainer of all time. A lot of people think of him as this caricature of this big fat bloated man.
Yeah.
Which that's not what he was. That was you watched the video Aloha from Hawaii. It was the first concert that was beamed via satellite all over the world in 1973. And you watch that and you tell me he's not on the ball, in 1973.
Even in that last performance, though, his voice is still brilliant.
Oh yeah,
he don't look great, but his voice is still there.
Oh yeah, his body, failed him, but his voice never did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were great innocence about him as well, weren't they? That's what I love about him.
Yeah.
Just being playful and being silly. That's what I like about him.
Yeah. I mean, he crossed everything. The old women loved him. The young people loved him. He sang country. He sang gospel. He sang rock. He sang rhythm and blues. I mean, he really never wrote anything. I don't think he ever wrote a song.
Yeah, that's kind of why my brother doesn't like. Well, one of the reasons, because there's a lot of people that don't like him because as you just said, they see him for the last bit, and that's a shame. But my brother's got a particular dislike for him because he never wrote anything. And I say, no, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. He's the great entertainer, and and I hate that I'm about to say Simon Cowell, but when Simon Cowell says something about on that stupid X Factor show, he's got it. Whatever that is, he's got it. Well, Elvis had it in spades. Whatever that is.
Yeah, it's you can make a song your own, and he made so many songs his own, even though he didn't write them. It was just but you take these artists like some of these, these brilliant, you take like Jagger and Richards. How many songs just great songs that they wrote together. Hell, the son of bitches hate each other.
Mm.
You know, and most artists are like that. You know, you had Lennon and McCartney; they didn't get along for a longest time.
They hated each other at the end for sure.
You look at just thinking of rock. You look at Joe Perry and Steven Tyler of Aerosmith. They can't stand each other. You know,
a bit like a marriage that's gone ugly, isn't it? And they've got to stay together even if they
gotta stay together for the kids, man.
Even though they divorce sort of spiritually or whatever, they've got to be together for the check, you know.
Yeah, you know they've got a lifestyle they got to maintain, and there's a few artists that can go back and forth, but
what makes me laugh when they say, "Oh, we're going to, that old Billy Shears nonsense. We just replace somebody." Well, why didn't they just replace John Lennon in 1980? Because they could have really cashed in then, couldn't they?
Something about, is he not left-handed or something? I don't know. I watched some stupid video about it, but I'm no authority on it.
But yeah, replace John Lennon in 1980. Hello.
Yeah.
Then we left about $1 billion on the table, at least.
Well, it's like Led Zeppelin. I thought, could they have replaced John Bonham? Probably.
Yeah, wouldn't have been the same though, would it?
Wouldn't be the same, but
I'm totally down with that Billy Shears replacement. I think that's true.
To go, Andy.
And
well, look,
check this out. I mean,
some people are monks.
Elvis, like you said, a lot of people wrote his songs, but he did them well, and that goes with a lot of artists. Somebody else writes the songs, they can't perform them as good as somebody that wrote the song. It's like it. Wise men say,
right,
only fools rush in, but I can tell, falling in love with you.
Anyway, Iron Horse. There's a great Robert Plant moment on if you type in on YouTube Robert Plant or Led Zeppelin Elvis. He talks about meeting Elvis in like early 70s, and it's a great little.
Oh yeah.
It's a great little moment because they just stood there and talked for like 2 hours, and he was saying how brilliant and generous and with his time and all this stuff, and Elvis was saying, what song do you like? What's from his back catalogue or whatever? And he's like, well, I like loads of them, but I really like Love Me. And then he sort of they left, and when he walked out because I assume it were in Las Vegas, and he walked down them long corridors, Elvis jumped out and started singing "Love Me" to him, and then they both started singing it together. Cool. Nice moment. He tells that story on Letterman.
It's just like a lot of writers actually want someone else to sing their song. Can you do my song? I want you to do it. It's just like, I mean, you want to do it yourself, but you can't do it as good as Elvis can or whatever. So it's just like, I'm going to sell this to the record company and Elvis.
Well, there's a whole industry of just writers.
It's been going on for decades.
It's a whole industry. Nashville is full of people that just all they do is hump every day, man, writing songs. Hopefully that they get one of these country artists to pick it up for their album or their video or whatever.
Yeah, man, and there's not necessarily shame involved. If you're a writer but you can't perform it the way that someone else can, there's no shame in just deferring your song. You sell your song to a record company and somebody else performs it, you still make money.
We've just talked about the fact that the money's in the writing. So
yeah, that's
right. Just because I can't sing it as well as somebody else can, if you're going to give me money and I wrote a good song and they they're the performer and they do it good, I mean, you still get the credit. It's fine. I don't see it as I don't see it as a bad thing.
My brother's completely convinced that Beatles didn't write any of them early songs. The old ones.
Sure. Well, not all of them. I think John Lennon and Paul McCartney wrote a lot of the early Beatles stuff, but I think like some of the songs were. Which I mean, you can go back and do some research. You'll probably find that a lot of the some of the Beatles stuff was written by someone else, and it was just like studio musicians. And
yeah, that's what he thinks. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what also goes back to Tavistock kind of thing, which that's another topic. Tavistock Institute. You know what that is, Tavistock Institute.
Sure do.
Yeah.
Anybody that listens to Crow 777 knows a lot about Tavistock.
Yeah, anyway, so that's what was happening with the Beatles and a lot of bands around that time.
Oh, that's like speculation, Helio. But
that's not speculation. It's fucking true.
Well, it's speculation as far as we know. You've just been through that. You just completely contradicted yourself. You started off by saying, "Well, you don't know. You don't know."
Right. Well, you don't know what you can't know, but if you look into Tavistock Institute deep enough, then you'll find out that it's absolutely true. But it's not. It's like Paul McCartney didn't write that song. I mean, you can't necessarily pinpoint it down. But as far as the influence from Tavistock, based in I think it was London, is where it came from. You can't pinpoint each and every little song because obviously the Beatles were talented. It doesn't matter where the song came from. They probably freaking stole songs from. I think the Beatles probably stole a lot of songs through the Tavistock idea from people in America. Like Southern America.
Well, it was Johnny Lee. It was Johnny Lee.
They were their original rock and roll.
It was Howlin' Wolf. And it was all those dudes, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that shit came from America. The Beatles were writing rock and roll. It was like, how the fuck did you guys in England come up with rock and roll when that shit was going on?
Well, they'll tell you. They would tell you right up front if it wasn't for the blues guys in Memphis and all those places, they wouldn't even be where they were. Chuck Berry, like I said, Johnny Lee Hooker, Howlin' Wolf. Yeah. All those guys. Those are the ones that everything is built on something else.
Well, it's just like Jimi Hendrix didn't find a foothold until he went to Europe, right?
Yeah.
Well, the Beatles famously said they were selling rock and roll back to the Americans. That's what the irony of it was.
They borrowed
it. Yeah. And Elvis, Elvis was a big influence on the Beatles.
Absolutely. And that's another reason I love Elvis. But he famously said, Paul McCartney, when they first came over and they said, "Oh, are you excited to be in America? What are you going to do?" And he said, "I want to meet Muddy Waters." And they were like, "Who's that?"
Yeah, he's freaking Memphis.
They didn't even know. So, yeah, it's funny.
Well, it's just like they revamped it, basically, in a way. They revamped the old blues style into rock and roll, which was like, what? There's an old song is like blues gave birth to rock and roll. I can't remember the.
They made it palatable for white
let
people.
Let there be rock.
Is what it is. Yeah, they made it palatable for white people. That's what they did.
Palatable for white people. I like that.
That's what it is. Just made it mainstream. That's why they loved Elvis so much.
Well, and I just watched last week. I watched that new Elvis movie, and it talks about how Elvis grew up.
What did you think?
Did you watch it?
Watched it, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's plausible. I think it's it's kind of it's a version of the story of Elvis. Yeah, I think it's kind of the way it goes. I mean, just like I'm a huge fan of Jimi Hendrix too. I mean, you don't. I mean, Jimmy was here from America, and he found his roots.
Yeah, you can listen to Jimmy, but you can't hear him, Helio.
Can't hear him.
That's from a movie. White Men Can't Jump.
No, sure, but he didn't really find his grassroots. Even though he had roots in America, he didn't really find his place until he went to Europe. As far as stories go, because when he went to Europe, and I mean, this was in like in the 70s when everybody in Europe got their roots from America. The blues and rock and roll shit. But once Jimmy hit Europe, it's just like everybody's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, that blew me away on Crow. The showing how Robert Johnson didn't exist. I don't know if you've listened to them episodes, but it's like, whoa. He really did. You go on, Inos?
Oh, that Robert Johnson didn't exist?
Yeah.
Dude, Robert Johnson.
I'd read that. I there was a documentary on Netflix about that.
Really?
The Robert Johnson story, or called Crossroads or something. And they said that he kind of disappeared, and a lot of people thought that wasn't really him actually playing that.
I mean, I can't. I'll never do it justice, but I just to shout out Crow 777 because he breaks it down in a sort of astrological sort of way, and it's it's been a while since I listened to it, so I can't remember it anyway. But I remember when I first listened to it, I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
there's like
you're right, Andy. That is Crow 777 breaks down the.
Is he a flat earther, Crow 777? I've heard that name a few times, but I've never listened to anything by him.
You got to listen to Crow 777.
Yeah. So just Google Crow 777.
I'll send a link.
Thank you.
Do you looking at Livestream voice text? I'll send a link to his channel. Yeah, he talks about the Tavistock Institute. He talks about shit. He talks about a whole lot of shit. But as far as Tavistock and the influence of rock and roll in the 60s, 70s movement, all that, he talks about that all the time.
Because he were an aspiring musician as well. So yeah. Sorry, Plag, go on.
What was it? I guess he's a flat earther, yeah.
Yeah, he did this.
He doesn't say flat Earth, but he's definitely
basically implies it in pretty much every episode. So yeah, he did this that moon wave or something, didn't he? That's what sort of put him up map. The lunar wave.
Oh,
might have heard of back in the day.
Yeah, he made the lunar wave video. He didn't make the lunar wave video. He captured it on accident. I mean, if you hear it, I mean, it's like it's going to take hours if you really want to get Crow 777's story. Because he talks about, like, before the lunar wave thing, he was talking about capturing like these black triangles and shit. Have you heard that part of it?
I'm not sure about that, but the stuff on the black sun that he did, that were a bit weird as well. But yeah, I've slept since then, so I subscribe to these.
I mean, it's just like, dude, I love Crow 777. He's about it.
I like the old Sherlock Holmes thing.
I'm pretty sure they deleted his YouTube channel. Let me find.
He just plays the first minute to send them over to his website, basically. So, but yeah, I was just going to say I subscribe to the old Sherlock Holmes thing, as there's only so much room in the attic, so to speak. So, a lot of things go in and then just go straight out.
Oh, here we go. I found it. I found this channel. This is 193,000 subscribers. This is his channel. I'm going to post it here in the Livestream voice text. I mean, he what he has his own website, but he'll put a 1 hour version of his podcast out once or twice a week, and then you have to go to his website to get the rest of it. But it's, the first hour is freaking badass every time anyway. But this is his website. I mean, this is his YouTube channel. Son of a bitch. I'm not it. But that's my son playing drums. Hold on, I got it. How do you do this?
Yo.
God damn it.
Damn it. What the hell happened?
Are you fucking this up?
What am I fucking up?
No, it's me. I'm fucking it up.
What am I fucking up?
I'm trying to get.
I just clicked my mic on and I'm like, what are you trying to play? Something?
I'm trying to get Crow's channel.
What the fuck are you doing?
This is weird. Because I thought I copied the link right. And this should be Crow's
Damn, your shit's low again.
This should be Crow's channel right here. Boom. But the other link was
there you
go. That was my son playing drums. If you guys want to watch that shit.
Yeah, hell yeah. I want to watch that. I'll be back.
He's a badass. I was talking to someone earlier about it, and then I shared it, and that's why I accidentally shared it here. But yeah, it's definitely my son playing the drums, and he's a badass. But anyway, Crow, he talks about the Tavistock and how Jimmy. Well, I don't know if he talks about Jimi Hendrix. Through what I've heard about him talk about the Tavistock Institute and how Jimmy could have been affected and all that kind of shit. Now, Jimi Hendrix got popular in Europe way before he was popular in America. That's all I was saying.
Hey, this match is sick. All of you are sick. Copyright, same thing.
You guys are giving me some feedback from my boy. I think he can do a lot better. And I've seen him do a lot better. This is from a couple of years ago.
Dude, yeah.
I was at like 3 weeks ago. He came to where I live, Fayetteville. He's in Little Rock and I'm in Fayetteville. He came up here and I was like, I'm going to record and I was like, I'm going to put this shit up. And anyway, but it was just in a.
How
it was. Go ahead.
I'll give you my music professional, music opinion. They're tight, great energy. The bass was either out of tune or something, but fucking kick-ass drums were perfect, dude. Come on.
Dude, it's just like
The drummer's the best musician in that band, dude, by far.
Yeah, that's my son.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fucking
badass, dude.
Well, it's just like anyway.
I like the band,
he's gonna find his way. And those guys that he's playing with, those are his best friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already know.
He might have to leave those guys behind, but if he wants to be a musician.
Well, it's just like when I first heard him play the drum, I was playing with him one time and I was like, but we're not on the same page because we play different styles of music and stuff. I tried to play with him one time. He's like, "What are you not doing?" But he's just in a different realm.
Yeah. High energy, high energy shit.
But it doesn't have to be all the time. Dynamics always Dynamics are always the key, and I think it's just like. So anyway, but yeah, he's a badass. When I first try to jam with him, I'm like, "You're not listening to me," and he's like, "Why should I?" It's just like, "Oh, you're my dad. I'm not supposed to listen to you." It's like, "All right, bitch, do your shit." Whatever.
Do your shit, man.
But anyway, so now he jams with these guys. He's playing in 3 bands in Little Rock.
Nice gear, man. You got some orange amps. Looks like a
it's nice gear.
Bass player's got a big fat rig.
It's I'll send you some. Hey, I'll send you some other links to some of their recent shows.
System. That's nice, man.
This one's from a year ago. They just has some recent shows, freaking ripping it up, bro.
It's all original stuff, huh?
Yeah.
That's cool. Love it, man. Have fun with that. Enjoy it. Kick ass. Take names. Play your ass off. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. Hey,
dude, that's what he loves. He's just like, and he's half as sweet as me. He's half as sweet as me because
half as sweet as you.
No, it is at least half as sweet.
Half as sweet.
I'm a total asshole.
We got some
so
newbies.
He's half a sweet asshole.
We got some newbies, maybe? I don't know. Who's this? No rolls. Who's quintessence? Who's that? Quintessence. Fuck, I'm gonna fuck it up. Butcher that shit. All right. Nobody else? What about Nova? Nova's muted. All right. I was trying. Hey, listening to Joy last night was an awesome. She was so spun out by the time she left. I went back and listened to it when I left here last night. I went back and listened to when QE came in, kind of closed the door on the deal, brought in the closer.
Yeah, that's QE's style. He just like, fuck you bitches. I'm just gonna shut the conversation down. He's like, you don't even know, but that's all right, bro. I mean, it's like
there was something he posted, man. I couldn't see it because I was just listening, but he posted some kind of drone video with the moon moving or something. I haven't seen that yet, man. But she was freaking out. She's like, "Why?
Nobody should freak out.
Why?" She was like tripping out, man. And I was like, What the hell did he post? I got to see this video. So if anybody's got that laying around, man, that would be cool. It was like a GIF or something.
Hey, if you're going to bring something up, why don't you post it?
I don't know where it is. I don't know. He posted it. I don't know. The fuck would I know where it is? I don't know where to find that shit.
Okay, well, you're bringing it up and you're making it
like maybe one of you fucking Mongos knows where the fuck it is, man. Fuck's sake. Fuck. So, all right. Flatter's gonna fucking help me out.
Since we're being assholes right now, Flatter, dude, you remember? I don't even remember Dan the Waterman coming in.
You don't remember? Yeah, you were a pretty hacked. I was pretty hacked.
I was pretty hammered. But anyway, I got a message from him, but I'm pretty sure I've talked to him before.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure he causes drama everywhere he goes, right?
Well,
so I got a message from him yesterday, and I was like, am I the only person?
I've seen a lot of drama from Dan, man. I can verify. I've seen many incidences.
I don't remember what I actually did that caused.
You booted him. I mean, you're like, fucking get out of here. It was like, I was totally done, dude. I had nothing left in the tank. I was like, I got to go to bed. And then
it was late at night, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure I've talked to him before and I've seen him on other platforms. As a matter of fact.
So anyway, give him another chance. I mean, if he brings up
I'll give him another chance, but I'm gonna show you
flat earthers, man. He's got to go, man.
I'm gonna show you where I know. Hold on, I know where he's from, and I've talked to him a few times, and I ain't trying to take the piss out of Dan, but he's like, but anyway.
I mean, he's done he's done he's done a lot for Flat Earth to get the word out, man. So
no, I get that. I mean, I'm not going to take the piss.
It's not.
Never mind.
It's undeniable, man. He's done a lot, no question. His approach,
but he's also dealt with Flat Earth. It's like
he's had it out with everybody, dude. He's had it out with Sargent. He's had it out with fucking Patricia. He's had it out with
I know, and he's had it out with me. So it's
had it out with me. He's had it out with you. Yeah. He's had it out with a fucking dozen other people I've seen, man. So
all right, so that's done. It's done. So
it's not how we do things around here.
Yeah,
it's not how we
came in. Well, that's what I'm saying. He came in the other night. And I didn't even realize it was him. I just talk, just like I'm talking now. I didn't even realize it was him. And it's just like, bitch, you can't say that. And I just talk shit, just like I do. And then I get a message the next day, and it's like, yeah, I'm Dan the Waterman. Oh, like, who the fuck do you think you are? I'm here all the time, but you ain't. So anyway.
That's it. Yeah. You got to earn your fucking keep around here, man. It don't come easy either. It don't come easy. You got to earn.
That's definitely true. That's definitely true. And that's why I respect the people. We have 25,000 members in this Discord server, and 25,000 members that haven't been banned.
Right. So there's that. That's a pretty good record.
It's fucking awesome.
That's pretty good, huh? Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
So if you find your way to a fucking ban, that means you're a dick.
Exactly. Or you're acting like one that day, man,
Or at least that one day. When you have enough guts to open your microphone. And that's if we don't ban you, that means you're not as much of a dick as you could possibly be.
Yep, you interrupted. You're being a dick. You're not bringing up. What we're
They're very. It's fun. Even with flat Earth servers, there's a lot of them. Even like Globe versus Flat, we're the largest flat Earth server. We have over 25,000 members. If you have to try to get banned from here.
Yeah, I've seen it, man. I've seen people actually go out of their way to just say to challenge you guys to see if you'll ban them. I've seen it at least a fucking half a dozen times where people would just come in and
it doesn't matter if you're globe or flat.
It doesn't matter.
You have to be a dick.
I've seen Globers do it. I've seen flat earthers do it, and it's like, oh, what are you doing, man? You just fucking okay. You're on a suicide mission. They get on a suicide mission and they see if they can get banned, and then they dare you. Go ahead, ban me. I don't care. They're like,
all right. Since you don't care, bye.
I've seen it all.
But even half that time, we'll just be like, just like, hey, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm just going to mute you, and then we'll talk to somebody else.
Oh, here's the video. I got the video.
You might be emotional right now.
Video,
Go ahead.
Here it is.
Somebody about to play a video?
No, I'm watching the QE video. Flatter hooked me up. Of course he did.
I can play a video. I mean, it's just me and you.
Yeah, how about that?
Well, it's just like, hey, when
wow, that is
bro,
cool.
I'm gonna send you.
I gotta watch it again.
Hey, Flatter dude, I'm gonna send you what homeboy sent me the other night. I'm gonna send it on DM.
Thank you, Flatter man. You fucking rock. No, that's an interesting. I've seen that before.
Right, tell me, Flatter dude. He mentioned you when I was talking to him.
Well, I was on there with you, man.
All right, cool. So, is this what I said or what happened?
Yeah, I think it just kind of got off on the wrong foot. I agree with that totally. I said, hey man, we got Dan's in the house, and we were talking about some different observations and stuff, and then it just went fucking south, man. After that, I don't.
That happens with every time he joins.
Just went out, man. Yeah, don't. Dan's a funny character. He's hard to take sometimes, man, because he doesn't know his fucking flat earth as well as he should.
Yeah, but check yourself. I mean, he could be a beneficial person in this, server.
No doubt about it. Like I said, man,
he has to get over himself.
Got it. Well, good luck with that. I've been dealing with Dan for 5 years.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So anyway, that's why. And then he messaged me like, "You were bitch slapping me." I was just like, "Bitch, I already told you." And I'm pretty sure that's not the first time I, did the same thing that I did the other night. But whatever.
Just keep it on the subject. Don't dish on other flat earthers, man. Yeah,
but he does that, and that's why I got pissed off.
Ditch on him right now, man. I'm just, I love Dan. I had a lot of history with Dan. We did some cool things together. He's done a lot of cool things.
But if he wants to get involved here, he's going to have to figure out what we're doing.
You got to earn your keep around here, man, and do some VC check-ins. Do some.
I don't mind him being here, but he's going to have to understand how shit works around it.
Yeah, it took me a while to figure it all out. I mean, I was pretty quiet at first. I'm like, well, shit, where's my spot in this whole? Because some smart motherfuckers around here, man.
Yeah, but I'm not just going to publicly call him out, but he publicly came in here, got his own ass called out, and then he's messaging me saying, what did I do? And this is not the first time I think I've talked to him. He's acting like this is the first time.
He's been in here a couple times. The first time he was in here when I was in here. You were fucking trashed, Helio. You were fucking wrecked, dude.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I mean, it just depends. I can be cordial. Just depends on what you say.
Yeah,
It can really trigger me sometimes.
Something went haywire, man. Give him another chance. He's not going to wreck the fucking server, for fuck's sake. There's no way.
I know that.
He can't have the power to do that.
But at the same time, it's just like.
But he brings up really good shit sometimes, man. And you're like, damn, that's a good one, Dan. Let me think about that. But, you know, he thinks outside the box. He comes up with crazy ideas and shit. But, you know, he's just got.
I ain't gonna lie. I like Dan because
I think you guys would get along.
I know. I saw Dan on that freaking video when he was on. What was that video where they had like 3-on-3?
The scientists versus the flat earthers.
Yeah. I like Dan what he was doing on there. It's just like
Oh, it's good, man. I mean, the guy got 23 million fucking views, man. Fuck off. I mean, how many of us can say that? None of us? Yeah, that's about right.
Well, that's cool. I mean,
it's pretty cool, man.
He's okay. I just want to make sure that it's not going to destroy. I mean, he has an attitude. He has an attitude. And
you can fucking ban him anytime you want. Just let him back in, for fuck's sake. I
didn't ban him. He just like.
No, I think you did, man. I'm pretty sure you did.
Really?
Or at least you knocked him off the server for that night. But I don't know what you actually did because I was just listening. Man.
People, I just like talk shit and listening. They can leave. Before I ban somebody, I just talk shit until they leave. If I get pissed off.
Anyway. I'll stick up for Dan and just give him another shot. And fucking, if he comes in, he comes in. I doubt he's probably going to come in too much, so I wouldn't worry about it, man.
Dude, he's been messaging me trying to get in here, so I'm pretty sure he'll come back if I.
Let him back in, man.
And you vouch for him. We'll try to get him back. I mean, as a matter of fact, I messaged him today.
He's a flat earther's put out a lot of effort, man. He deserves at least that, man.
Yeah, sure, and I agree with that. But
he's no witch, but
I don't like his attitude at certain points. But at the same time, I know he's a flat earther. I'm not. But I mean, his attitude sometimes seems wrong to me. But maybe it's not just me. I mean, whatever.
Anyway, Dan's
he's okay.
He's not gonna. He might bring up something amazing, and he might bring up some totally stupid shit. You don't know what you're gonna get with Dan, man. I mean, at least you know what you get with me, man. I come in here, chilling out, having a beer, laughing, talk. I
lie, bro. I like his point of view, but I don't know what happened the other night.
Yeah, but we were both. I was done. You were done. We were both done.
Okay.
And we'll just pass on it and move it on to the next.
But I didn't ban him though.
Okay, cool, man. Well, maybe you just knocked him off, kicked him out. I don't know. Whatever you do.
Well, I did. I rarely bend it. Anyway, I'll fix it.
Yeah,
we'll get Dan back in here and we'll figure out.
We'll figure it out, man. Cool, man. Thanks. Anyway, yeah, just check it out. And anyway, Joy came in the other night, and I had to go back and listen to the conclusion because she was. She had a lot of answers, and she didn't give a fuck if the earth is flat or round. She didn't care at first. But by the time she left, man, she's like, damn, oh, wow. I got a lot to think about. It's like, and yeah, you guys absolutely handed her a fucking PhD. She goes, I feel like I'm in a PhD class. And QE's like, you are. And I was like, yeah, you are. She's at PhD level for Earth, man. And this is high level shit up in here usually, you know, not all the time, but you got to have a balance. But it was great. It was one of the better interviews I've heard in a while. That really got somebody. She left. She came back. She had to take care of her grandma or whatever. Had a phone call. And yeah, she cruised back in and she was right on point, right where she left off. She was tight. I think Glatt even came in and said, you know, thanks for being straight up. And yeah, it was a great night where you see somebody kind of breaking out of a little bit of their cog dis, man. At least a little bit. I don't know if she'll ever come back, but cheers to you guys for making somebody think for themselves. Oh my God. It's difficult at times to get people to think for themselves. It's very difficult. It's not easy. Something that takes, you know, it takes a few minutes.
God curse the free thinkers.
Mm-hmm. How dare you? How dare you think for yourself? Hey, I heard today, man. I don't know. I don't know if it was something I was listening to. Anyway, the CDC has come out and said that the cocoa is over, pretty much. It's done. It's you don't have to test. You don't have to get any kind of weird things. You don't have to wash your hands or distance or nothing. It's over. Even if you're like sick, man, you can still go to work. I'm like, what? I don't know. I haven't verified this, but I did hear that today, and I laughed. I was like, oh shit, today's the day, huh? The fucking 17th of August, 2022. The day they said, you're good. Go along your merry way. I don't believe that for a second, by the way. Not for 1 second. They'll come up with Coco 2.0, man, right? Anyway, I've been wearing black since Coco started. I go, I'm going to protest this shit. I'm only going to wear black. That's it, man. Black shirt, black shorts, black hat, black shoes. That's it. This is my protest. And when this shit's over, I might wear something of color, but still need a Coco phone app and to enter Canada. Ugh. There you go. What a cuck show. Yeah. Well, Canada doesn't follow the CCDC guidelines at all, man. They're completely cucked up in Canada. The Canada cucks, I call them. Not the Canucks. They're just the cucks. And they've cucked it up so bad over there. It's so bad. The cucks in Canada. Thanks. Way to step up, man. Way to tell them to fuck off. I mean, you tried. There was a few little things, man. Yeah, they love the compliance. It's like a badge of honor. Yeah, it is, man. I got my buddy up in Quebec, man. I talked to him a lot. You guys might have heard of him, Agave, 1969. Anyway, he's been around a minute. He's been around since day one, I think. Anyway, yeah, he's disgusted with the way the Canadians cucked it up. It's pretty sad. And you know, everybody cucked it up at one point. Another one is a cuck, and another one there, and another one there. Another one is the cuck. Hey,
Latitude, I'm going back through some of the information about when Dan was banned and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I said, I think I've talked to him before and banned him before, and I did, and I rarely use the bot, and I think I did ban him, and the reason was because fuckhead. So I don't think I want to unban him.
Hey man, it's your server. Do whatever you want. I stand
it's not
up.
my fucking server.
Well, Well, it's. Hey man, take a vote on it. Take it to panel, whatever. I don't care.
I already did. Nobody gives a shit.
Nobody gives
a shit about fucking Dan the Waterman.
There you go, man.
Right, there it's done. Nobody gives a shit about Dan. You want to talk to Dan? Talk to Dan.
Exactly.
We don't want him here. Anyway.
All right, moving on.
If Dan, if you're listening, just listen, and then you can communicate in many different ways.
All right.
I'm pretty sure I've talked to that fucking dude like at least 3 times, and I've never got along with him, and I've always thought he was a fucking asshole. So,
hey, we got a new VC verified just rolled up in here, man. Orion 2.0, man. What's up? Welcome to the server.
Is that a new guy, Orion?
Orion.
Orion with an M?
With an M. I can't hear you, man. I can see you're trying to talk, but I can't hear you.
I'm getting pings in the chat.
What's in the chat?
Someone's pinging me.
Oh, yeah. They it was just a welcome.
Welcome.
It's a welcome here, Orion. How did you find our server? I mean, it's just all,
I Googled it.
You Googled it.
You Googled what?
Okay, well,
for a fucking second. You Googled your way in here. That's
no, I did that.
Never happened.
Well, hold on a second. That was a joke. Okay. My friend sent me an invite.
Chill, everybody. One person at a time. Go ahead. Flat Earth dude, talk to Orion.
I don't believe you Googled us and found us here, man. Fuck off.
No. I just want you to
relax. Hold on a second.
He didn't Google. Did you Google Flat Earth?
I did not. My friends told me to come here. Told me like this is the place that they believe the Earth is flat.
They're right about this is the best place on Earth to talk about Flat Earth, right? So you get your friends here. Get everybody here because the shit's about to get giant. So anyway, you found your way here.
Cool, man. We don't believe anything, by the way. We're all about empiricism, man. We want empirical facts that we can verify for ourselves, man. The belief thing is that's you might want to go over to the Christian or Jews or wherever. But
or the Muslims, you want to talk about beliefs, you go somewhere else. We talk about empirical science here.
Empirical science is what we deal with here. And if you're not down with that, that's cool. You can boogie on. It's all good.
Bully on.
Boogie. I said boogie, man.
Oh, I always thought you said bully on like a flavor.
But it's late at night. I'm the jokester around here. Helio.
Dan, I'm challenging you for the joke role.
Nah, all right, man.
But cool. I mean, if there's new people that want to join, though, but we do get serious about the topic. We're making jokes.
So the first thing we always like to do about people that come in here, man, we want to know how much you know about the globe, man, and I want you to know everything there is to know about the globe, like I do, because I know everything there is to know about the globe, man. How big it is, where it curves, where it don't, how fast it's spinning, how fast it's shooting around the sun and the universe. Do you know any of those numbers by chance, offhand? Orion?
You guys hear me?
What's that? Say that again.
I'm here.
Cool, man. Do you know how big the Earth is, circumference, radius, anything like that?
No.
The globe. I'm talking about the globe, man.
Yeah, I know you're talking about the globe, but like
we
already went to. No, I don't know any of that shit.
You don't know any of it. So that's where you need to start. You need to learn all that stuff. And then you can start questioning what you actually live on, because guess what? You live on it. You can check it out for yourself, man. You do not have to believe any of us, man. Just check it out for yourself.
Yeah, but at the same time, don't we all live on the same earth?
We do. You can check it out. We can all check it out. Isn't that cool? Because we live here, man.
I know, but like, what about space tours?
Those
are coming around for some money, bro.
If you can,
what about those?
I like Disneyland. I've been there. It's a pretty cool place. Hollywood's pretty cool, man. I worked in Hollywood. I made a movie once, a long time ago.
Hey, Orion, do you have some friends in the background going, look at these flat earthers squirming? But actually, we're right here just asking you general questions to figure out whether you actually see or observe the actual earth that you live on. Do you have, natural observations?
What you see? You got curvature? All right, shit. This is gonna be.
Yeah, bring that curvature.
All right, what do you got? Tell us.
All right, so you gotta start with the tree, and then you'll see it with binoculars.
What was that again? Say it one more time. You're kind of in like a bathroom or something. Get closer to your mic or
I'm in
something.
my kitchen. I'm making some tea right now.
Okay.
So you climb up the tree with binoculars.
You climb up the
and
tree.
Then you see curvature. Any tree.
Any tree, you can see the curvature from a tree. Oh, cool.
Yeah, big tree.
It was a pleasure meeting you, man. I hope you come back sometime. Good luck with that. Have a good one.
Hope you find. Hopefully, he'll find some curvature from a tea tree.
Booyah! That is funny.
Is it funny or is it sad?
It was pretty weirdo, sad, and funny. Yeah, I give it like a. It was good. It was good though.
It's like, look, we're gonna come in here and talk to these flat earthers and show them it's a globe because they're all dumb.
With my binoculars, dude. I totally got it, bro.
I got my tea tree binoculars.
Welcome to Late Night Hours, Flat Earth 24/7. We kind of laugh.
But sure, this could be coffee hours too. It's like morning time. It's like, where's the fucking curvature? It doesn't matter what time. You can't find the fucking curve, Pardon my friend.
Yeah, I'm not even going to question the Mongo, man. They're not even worth it. I mean, he's seeing curvature from the tree. We've the tea tree here, boys and girls. This is kindergarten 101 here, man. It's not even. It's like pre-K, pre-K, baby. Woo! Welcome to pre-K. I know we're on a ball, man. Totally, I know we're on a ball, bro.
It's the biggest ball that you could ever fucking imagine because it looks flat, bro. I mean, it's like just because you think the Earth is flat and it looks flat to everybody on the Earth doesn't mean it's flat because it's obviously a ball because everybody knows it's a ball and it's just big enough for it to look flat.
I got some pictures of the ball, man, right here, bro. I got some pictures of the ball, man.
Well, sure. I mean, but hey, dude came in with guts, made some stupid arguments. I mean, and when you come in to make arguments, guts
came in
is
here
tough, right?
and just try to joke on us, man. This motherfucker ain't got shit, man. Binoculars up a tree, really? Come on, that's just
that was pretty creative, though. It was
funny.
I've never heard that argument before.
It's pretty funny, but he doesn't know anything about.
It kind of pisses you off unless you're in the right mood to make jokes,
Well, you're a jokester tonight, man. I'm taking the back seat tonight. You take over, Hilo.
No, I'm actually I'm about to go to bed, but
shit. I'll take over.
I know, but that stupid binoculars
up the tree.
Idea was pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny.
All right.
Yeah, it was just like step, binocular, step, tree, step, flat, step, joke, right? But that motherfucker couldn't back up his stupid claim. He couldn't even back up his own fucking stupid joke.
He said to ask his science teacher. I know he's over there making some tea, laughing his now he's fucking like, oh, these guys are funny. Fuck yeah, we're funny.
Oh yeah, we're funnier than you could ever imagine. I mean, you want to bring real jokes, bring your ass in here.
These fucking globe mongos ain't got shit on us, man. I listened to some globe mongos today, man. They ain't funny. They ain't fun. They're just fucking dry and they're so bad. Dude, they don't know how to belly laugh. They don't even know how to laugh.
Hey, Flatitude, you know, they're scared. They're scared. Don't tell them. They're scared. They're scared. That's why they can't make. Well, either they're dumb or ineffectual or unintellectual. They're scared and they can't make jokes because if they make jokes, that means they're ineffectual at the ultimate experience of this.
Exactly. You nailed it.
Yeah, I fucking nailed it. Didn't I?
You did. You totally nailed that, man. 100% nailed it. Like out of the... It's out of here.
They can't make jokes. Otherwise, they would actually try to say, this might be something that I misunderstand because I don't totally understand it. But their complete idea is that I do understand it, and so I can't make jokes about it because it is actually effectual, not ineffectual. And so, anyway, these fucking assholes fucking throw themselves at our fucking ideas every day, which is everything that every single person on Earth experiences every single fucking day. I mean, pardon my French, but I mean, you can't even make a joke because you're so sold into the idea of this stupid globe Earth idea that you're afraid to make a joke about the globe or the flat because you're totally fucking sold out.
Well, the only joke they can make about the flat is they just go, oh, you're wrong and you're stupid. That's their joke. I mean,
yeah, that's their joke. That's what I'm saying. They're totally ineffectual.
Check out the landing footage. We're like, check out this. Check out Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about you can't see the curvature from 128,000 feet. We make fun of those things because there's so many of them. But all they can do is go, oh, the flat earthers are just dumb and stupid. They don't understand science. That's their joke, dude. That's all they have. They ain't got
but at the same time, we don't want to be the entire argument being jokes because but because it might end up being ineffectual, which is the joke in the fucking first place. It's so fucking. No, it's the most honest argument that you could ever have when you're being effectual, and then you make arguments against the effectual in the ineffectual. And these fucking idiots can't even figure out how to make a decent ineffectual argument. Anyway. Call me a dick.
You're a dick.
I own that shit.
Dick, man. Fuck. Chill out. Fucking dick. No, I'm just kidding. No, the fact is, man, that I come on here late at night and just kind of make fun of the whole NASA thing. For the most part, I'd say like 99% of the time around here, this is a very serious place, man, that takes all science into very serious consideration. We don't fuck around. We don't, I fuck around, but like 99% of the people around here are very, very serious about science, man, and what the scientific method is, how it works, how we can prove shit, how we can measure shit. And it's just absolutely amazing. Every day I learn something new, and it just makes me a better person, man. Thank you guys. And yeah, bring your physicist in here anytime, man. If you got an astrophysicist that wants to come in here, Orion Man 2.0, we've had a couple of them in here. So yeah, bring them on in here, man.
Yeah, a video can't roast us. So, I mean, you can post it.
Bring your teacher in here. Let's bring your teacher in here. Let's see what we can learn together. Because teaching's, it's a two-way street. Teachers learn shit too, man. So, you got to remember that.
I think the only way you can be a teacher is by learning. So, anyway.
Exactly. You learn how to be a better teacher, hopefully, and really, really get it down. So, yeah, they're smarter than y'all. Well, that's going to get you banned, dude. They're not.
No. He's too ineffectual. So let's just let him be ineffectual.
Ineffectual. Yeah. You're going to grow up one day and you're going to realize you came to a Flat Earth server in 2022 and you went, you know what? Those guys are pretty on it. Damn. Shit.
I mean, it's just like some people think that I'm unfair when I ban someone, which I don't ban people. It's just like I meet people on an intellectual level.
Oh, there's people smarter than you. These people are fucking smarter than you, Helio. You're just a dumbass, and these people are smarter than you. And he's like, he'll enlighten you, and they're gonna make fun of you and make you look stupid because you're just a flat earther and you don't know shit, and you're just stupid.
This guy, O'Brien 2.0, is saying that there's somebody smarter than me that he's going to share some information for us that will change our minds, or say it's like you flat earthers are dumb, and then I'm going to share some information.
Yep.
We're waiting for
he's
this.
Just a jokester, man. This guy isn't serious. He's not in some physicist class. My physicist teacher. If you had any physics at all, man, you would have opened up your mic by now and started spitting some fucking physics, man, because you've come to physics fucking central. Physics are a very serious subject around here. We don't take it fucking lightly. If you want to step into it.
All right, so he's been posting now, but now his microphone is open. Go ahead, Amrin.
Step into the second law of thermodynamics, man. Hit me. What do you got?
Second law of dramatics?
Thermodynamics.
No,
yeah.
I think you
guys
said
say that.
I think
you guys say
dramatic.
that you guys shit needs a fucking container.
My shit needs a container.
Shit needs a container. Yes, when I take a shit in the toilet.
No, I'm saying about gas pressure needs a container. That's what you guys believe in.
I don't believe it. I know for a fact. I can test it myself. It's not a belief.
And it's gas pressure granite.
It's gas pressure.
Nothing to do with granite. Why did he say granite?
Yeah, I said granite because he's fucking not actually a physics guy, man. Apparently.
Just wondering. I'm wondering after all this talk. After all this talk,
my teacher here.
I'm calling you.
My teacher here. Tell me the time of day.
Pretender clown.
Well, I'm just wondering why he's talking about toilets after everything we're talking about. He's talking about toilets.
It's my teacher.
Your teacher told you about toilets? And that's why you brought this shit in here?
I'm his father. What is this? Flat earthers?
I would say I'm
man. You know when I went. You want to know what college I went to?
Fuck's sake.
South Carolina Bachelor's College, and I got my bachelor's in science, physics, and sociology.
Great, man.
So I know how to social with dumb people.
What's your name?
All I gotta say is that you got the internet right at your hands, and you can click on anything to search, and it will give you any evidence and information.
Wow.
But
so
you choose to be stupid.
Life is true. Everything I read is true. I read that Tom Cruise scared a couple on their bicycles. Is that true?
Again,
we don't need the internet to know the Earth isn't a globe.
This better not be
real.
Yeah,
we can check it out.
You know what? If you think the Earth is flat, then I guess Scientology must be right then.
Who thinks the Earth is flat around here? Anybody think the Earth is flat?
Sure, I was about to say. Orion, what?
I was about to say what? Where'd you get your information from? Off of Reddit? You probably read a Reddit article on Tumblr. Shut up.
Orion, I can shut
Orion,
you up. I can shut you up, but apparently you can't shut up.
I got my degree in science. Hey,
Is that funny?
What's so funny? What's so funny?
I'm
Because you
Orion
probably got your
2.0.
bicycle
I laugh
on a
better
flat
than
earth.
anybody.
Do you have sex on a flat bed? No. The bed is round too.
Orion,
The bed
can
is
you
round
shut
too.
the fuck up?
The bed is round too. The bed.
Really? Is this fun?
It's like a whole group of drunk 15-year-olds.
This can actually work.
My name is Lisa Schultz of CNN. Would you care to explain for an article I'm writing about why you think the Earth is
I
flat?
had to mute him. Come on, Helio. We don't
he's a fucking retard.
We don't entertain this kind of bullshit.
I just muted him. Anyway, he's going through different. He's got a sound card and all that kind of shit.
That guy is not a science degree, for fuck's sake. Come on, that was a joke. That was a total pisser. I called him from the start.
That was fun. It was fun though.
I'll give you that.
Bro, we have fun sometimes.
Yeah.
Helio, what the fuck? Shut up!
Shut up.
I'm having fun, bitch.
I was like, tell me the scientific method, man. I would have been like, that guy don't know shit about science.
No, he has a sound card too, and he was just like doing,
yeah,
like CB does, It's like he was,
man. Northern, what do you guys saw that shit from 100 miles away? Same as I did.
That was done.
He's
But
back.
a lot of times, if
He's back. He came back. Oh, fucking Cox, you want to give him a shot? I don't know, man. It's up to you.
No.
You want to tell him to fuck off?
Who's in here?
He came back, man. Orion 2.0 came back.
No.
All right. Nope. There you go. Nope.
So no.
The vote is nope. What's up, Timbo? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you guys, man. We got another VC verified here. Elmy Fuff. What's up, Elmy? Talk to me, Elmy. Talk to the dude, man. He's in that. I'm not here very much, so take your opportunity. What's up,
man? How are you?
Good, man. Welcome to the server, man. How are you? I see you're VC verified.
Yeah, I've been here a while.
Okay, cool, man. So, what do you think so far, man? Give us a breakdown of the server.
Certainly seems like the Earth's flat.
Well, it doesn't seem it, man. It's guaranteed what you can go out and perceive with your own reality, man. I'm not here to tell you otherwise, man. Believe me. If your reality is what your reality is, you'll figure it out. If not, you're living at Disneyland. Which, that's cool, man. Disneyland's fun, man. Costs $150 to go there for a day, but it's a fun place, damn it.
Sure is.
It's the happiest place on earth, man. Come on,
Well, I've never been there, but I've been to some happy places.
So, how'd you find the server? You say you've been here a minute, man. Tell me. Was
I
it like
saw a link to a podcast that was just recording
podcast
of this stream.
Cool, man. Yeah, I drop a lot of links, so you never know who drops links and says, "Hey,
This isn't about exploitation. Nobody's trying to have a gotcha here, unless you entice it. You know, just like you're trying to take the piss out of us. No, but this genuine question is the question. You found your way here, and you could ask us, hey, simple question: why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Simple question.
Why do you think the Earth is flat, Helio?
Oh, you're asking me?
No, I'm asking me. I'm asking myself. Why do I think the Earth is flat? Well, first of all, I don't think it's flat. I know it's flat because I can sail across it. I've flown across it. I've driven across it. And there's no curvature to be found anywhere. So therefore, it's basically flat and with like mountains and hills and shit. But on the water, it's totally flat, man. 100%. 100% flat, man. It's like a bubble level. And if you've ever done any construction in your life, put a level up to something, see if it's level. And the sea level is called sea level. And an airplane is called an airplane because it's flying over the fucking plane, which is flat. So I don't think it's flat. I know it's flat. 100%. 100% I know it's flat. Not a belief. Not thinking. No.
I love that answer, by the way, Flatter Dude. Anyone have a response to that?
Nobody. No. Anyway.
I think I answer it the same way, and I think I have. It's like, where's the goddamn curve? Everybody on Earth lives on Earth. Where's the goddamn curve? We've been looking for it for fucking 6 years. We can't find it.
Well, we've been out here pounding it, man, pretty hard, saying, hey, man, detectable curvature would be really, really nice. I'm all for it. Show me how to do it. And we'll get this over with. We'll close down flat Earth. We'll be good, man. Please, just bring the fucking curvature, for fuck's sake, man. I'm tired of dicking around here, man. It's getting late.
I never get tired of it. Don't even lie. You know you love it.
You know why I love it, Helio? Because they're never going to find the curvature. Because we tried lasers, balloons, high altitude.
We get tired of fucking talking to each other, but we always love when new people come in. Come on, man.
Jet pilots. We talk to fucking, helicopter pilots. We've been around so many.
You never know who's going to jump in this fucking room. It's just like it could be like 2 empty days, but then it could be like 3 or 4 days of like pilots and freaking, everybody. But you never know who's going to come in here and have this conversation.
Anyway, back to Elmy, man. So I didn't get his take on the server. I was trying to get a little more out of him. See what he thought of the server in general. He says he's been here a minute.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's cool. I'm more interested in this. I mean, like, there's only so much to listen to hear. I guess I'm more interested in the speculative talk, but I get the rules that is not allowed here for obvious reasons and whatnot.
Yeah. We like to talk about empirical evidence of what we can observe and prove and test. And experiment on. Those are cool things we can talk about. And we also talk about speculative stuff at times. I mean, there definitely is room for speculation on what you think, how things work, man. I think a combustion engine works on cylinders that fire at a pretty precise rate, and it makes your car go forward, man. That's pretty cool evidence. I don't know. Does anybody have any evidence to the contrary?
No, not pretty cool.
No, man, the combustion engine is one of the great inventions. Oh, I think the electric motor is more interesting, but and that was Tesla came up with the electric motor, and he didn't do any math with that, man. He just built the goddamn thing. Said, "Hey, man, you guys figure out the math. I built it. I figured out how these fucking magnets are going to push this little thing in the middle around and around and around at a very, very high rate with high torque." And it works amazingly. I think it's one of the greatest inventions of all time is the electric motor. Second would be the combustion gasoline motor. It's pretty damn good. Works very efficiently.
What about steam, man?
Steam's cool. What about Stirling engine? Have you ever seen a Stirling engine? It's called a heat engine. You can check it out.
I've heard of it, but I can't remember what it's like.
It's not very high power, but it's efficient. It recycles its own heat up into the chamber, pushes the cylinder down, the cooler air lets it back up, and then it pushes it back down with hot air. It's called a hot air engine, is basically what it is. And it's fascinating the way it works. Stirling engine. Check it out, man. Don't believe me. I got one here in my shop, man. I got one. Because they're so fascinating, I had to buy one. Cool stuff. Anyway, empirical things that we can prove and check out for ourselves, man, is if you're not living in that world, man, you're living in some fantasy world. And I don't want you to live in a fantasy world. I want you to live in the real world because, trees grow and plants grow and we grow and we can check out so much shit here right where we live. We don't have to go to outer space, man, to dig on some really cool shit, man. We got a whole bunch of cool shit right here on Earth is where we live. And so far, so good, man. It doesn't measure any curvature.
Have there been any mapping activities to try and get as close to real replica?
Well, the problem is, man, the way the world has been set up as far as going north or south to get a center point, they control it. We don't. And we're not allowed to go to the North Pole or the South Pole without all kinds of paperwork and money and fees and all this other shit. And that sucks, man. So if we could go to a center point of our land masses, yeah, we could probably figure it out. I've seen some maps that work pretty good over the years. It's certainly better than the globe, man. The globe and flight patterns do not line up. I don't know if you've ever checked that out, but flight patterns on a globe, man, it's kind of weird compared to an azimuthal equidistant map. Those are you see the plane fly in a straight line on that, but on a globe, man, they got to go way north and then they got to go south. It's like a big triangle, and you're like, why the fuck did they take a big triangle? Why didn't they just fly over the ocean? But on a flat map, shit flies right straight over the ocean, and there you are. You're there. It's like, oh, that's weird.
How come the pilots aren't noticing? What did the pilots say about that when they come in here?
Well, I've had a few pilots I've talked to over the years. There was one called Lady Co-Pilot, and she was a co-pilot on a big giant airline, one of the big ones in Germany. And she was questioning what was going on with her flight patterns and how they fly the plane up to 30,000 feet and they just hit the level off button and it just levels. Now, if you were on a ball, if you know anything about physics, if you have to fly around a ball, man, you have to, without a doubt, calculate for some kind of like dipping of the nose every once in a while. And then none of them ever do it. Not one of them ever do it. And that's the most fascinating thing I think about airplanes, man. They don't dip their nose to account for the drop in elevation over a ball, for fuck's sake. I mean, you can do this with a baseball, a soccer ball, and a fucking toy airplane, man. You have to dip your nose around a ball, man. If anybody's got contrary evidence to that, man, I'd be happy to see it because I'm here 24/7, or at least somebody's here. I'm not here, but somebody's here. You can't fly around a ball without dipping your nose. That's impossible. Fuck off.
Yeah.
And no pilot will ever say, "Oh yeah, I'm just dipping my nose at 2.5 degrees." No, they keep the nose up between 1 and 3 degrees. They keep the nose up. That way the wings have the most, like, I guess some of the better airflow is when your nose is tipped up about 3 degrees. You can.
So what are the faults on the North Pole, the Northern Lights, like? Anything?
Dude, well, first of all, none of us are allowed to go to the North Pole or South Pole. In Northern Lights, I mean, it looks like, to me, man, I've done some experiments with the Northern Lights, and it looks like to me that there's some kind of ice crystals in the sky that are just being lit up by the sun.
Hey, Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
When a pilot is traversing from one port to another, and I put that in the Livestream voice text.
Yeah.
Would you ever, in your right mind, whatever that is,
you had to
get
throw
on an airplane and travel to a place
right
that you couldn't land on an airplane? Because travelers travel from port to port, whether it's a ship, on the ocean, or an airplane. You're gonna know where you're gonna land. I mean, they travel from port to port. Now,
yeah, right.
All right. So when a person meaning the pilot of an airplane,
right?
Are they going to take that airplane to somewhere they don't know where they're going to land? You'd be out of your fucking mind if you ever were trying to travel somewhere didn't know where you're going to land.
Unless you had a seaplane, you could do it on a seaplane. Now we're just gonna head over here. We'll land. We'll see.
Yeah, but still, at the same time, you're still gonna have to know where you're gonna land. Okay.
But you got a seaplane, maybe. I mean, it's
Well, I mean, it depends on where you're gonna go. I mean, what are you gonna do with a seaplane? Well, I'm just gonna land on the ocean, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. We're gonna see what happens after that. No, most people that are traveling, from port to port, with a ship or an airplane, they go from port to port.
Right.
Every single fucking time. Every time.
Guaranteed.
And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Nothing to do with that.
Nothing at all. Zero. Zip. Nada. There's no curvature flying over anything, man. They don't account for anything, man. It's not even
airplanes and ships go from port to port. Nothing to do with curvature of the Earth at all.
Zero. Yeah. And it's even in the manuals. I've talked to several pilots that came back and said, I went back and I've been a pilot for 30 years, but I went back to my manuals and I went, where is the curvature thing, man? And they couldn't find it. It's not in there.
It's not necessary to look for it because you're traveling from one airport to another airport. You're traveling from one ship port to another ship port. It doesn't matter if you're over the water or in the air.
Bladder,
they're both ships. An airplane is a ship. You're just going from one airport, or one port to another.
Shout out to Flat.
There's no argument there. It's like nobody's looking for the curvature while they're traveling thousands of miles over the earth. There's no curvature involved. You're just traveling from one port to another.
Hey, Helio, man, there's some 747s. There's some A380s that can fly for like 15 hours straight, dude.
Okay, cool. But they're traveling from one port to another.
They can fly like, you figure it out. 500 miles an hour times 15 hours, dude.
Cool.
How many miles?
Traveling in a straight line from one port to another.
How many miles is that, man? It's like 7,500, right? So 7,500 miles is like, way past 3,959 miles.
I know. Where's the fucking goddamn curve?
Where is the fucking curvature on the 747 A380?
So you're traveling from one airport to another. Now, here's the explanation, and we already know it. It's like gravity knows what to do while you're flying in this arc.
Gravity, it's gravity, bro.
It's gravity.
Gravity is definitely the answer because it's not. I know it seems flat and it flies flat, but gravity makes up for the flatness, and now it's curved. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's their excuse. That's their excuse.
It sounds
and
like
if they claim,
fucking
Flatter, dude, if they claim that that's not what their excuse is, then they're wrong because we've heard them say it multiple hundreds of times. Because I always say the same thing. They travel from one airport to another airport, one ship port to another ship port. They just travel across the ocean, where there's airport, or across the sea.
But Helio, there's gravity and refraction.
Gravity, man. Who the fuck said gravity anyway? Anyway, I know.
I said it, man. I said gravity definitely pulls the plane down so it flies level. Okay, come on. I said it. Isn't that funny? That's funny, man. I hope you fucking.
And I hope the Globies think it's funny because it's ridiculous.
That's what they say, man. It's just like they also say you're moving 1,000 miles an hour and you're spinning and you're going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour and you're shooting through space at 1.1 million and a half a million. And it's like, fuck off, man. We ain't fucking moving shit. Anybody got any fucking evidence?
It's like if you were traveling on a ship or an airplane and had to consider gravity, you should be scared.
You should be scared. You're gonna be scared out of your fucking britches. Come on.
Like gravity is, but in their mind, the gravity believers, it's like, hey, it's a straight line because gravity.
Yeah, it's straight.
This is how fucked up everybody is. It's like it's a straight line because gravity makes it straight, even though it's not. And that should really fuck everybody up, Just like, even though it looks straight, it's not. Because gravity.
Hey, that straight lines are curved, right? Come on. You've heard that one, right?
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Level is curved because that's the only way it can be level is because it's curved. I mean, that's basically what the Mongo said, man.
Yeah, that's the big hotness, right?
What? Somebody reposted that today, man. I think it was Cheswick, Mr. Cheswick. I think he reposted that. Like
gravity knows what to do every time, everywhere across Earth. Gravity knows what to do. as if gravity has a consciousness, right? It just helps everyone on Earth to know that the Earth is a globe, even though it doesn't appear to be.
The only way it can be curved straight is because it's curved, man. I mean, that was basically what I heard.
Exactly, bro. It's like the opposite of
Okay,
everything
you're a Freemason, fucking magician, cock bitch, magic show, fucking juggling fucking clown. Fuck off, okay? Because you're full of shit. Because there ain't no fucking straight line fucking curve.
I mean, we're taking the piss right now, but what we're actually talking about is exactly what their excuse is, even though we're taking the piss out of it a little bit. But this is what I mean. This is exactly their excuse.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I heard fucking Koso today, man, over on the other Flat Earth Awakening, whatever it was. It was him and Witsit going back and forth. And every time Witsit asked him a question, he would come back with, well, the angle of the 2.5 million thousandth of a degree would prove that you could see Mount Everest from 3,000 miles away.
Sure, no but at the same time, when we get back to fundamentals, like air travel or ships going across the ocean, you can't deny that.
Can't deny it. If you deny it, man, you are in the cuck club, I call it.
Yeah, everything else is obfuscation.
Welcome to the cuck club, because you're in it, and you're in the cuck club, and you've been somehow manipulated into thinking that everything you're seeing and flying over is fucking curving. And if you got any evidence to the curvature, man, we're here 24/7, 365.
Yeah, and we're also involved with shipmen and pilots, of airplanes that travel in a straight line from one airport to another, one ship port to another.
Yeah,
they agree with us because they have no choice but to agree with us. They travel in a straight line from one port to another.
Yep, as straight as possible. The shortest distance. They want to save on fuel and everything. It's the shortest.
Are they traveling in an arc?
No,
they're not.
No, they're not.
This is why they get so pissed at us.
Dude, that's why they don't have a sense of humor.
And that's why you're right. They don't have a sense of humor about it, because the airplane pilots go, no, we don't. Well, all the pilots go, no, we don't do that. And that's why they get pissed.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Mark Sargent alone has interviewed at least fucking a dozen pilots from major fucking,
and not just Mark. I mean, there's been dozens of others too. It's like, can I interview? Can I talk to the pilots?
We've had some on here, man. We've had many on here too.
Yeah, but it's just like, it's not even on Mark or anybody else. It's like, bro, I mean, all the pilots set their trajectory from one airport, then they go to another airport in a straight line.
There's no fucking bendy, curvy, nothing. Fuck off. Okay? That's it. Enjoy your fucking roundy globe you're flying over.
You can believe the Earth is a globe, but it's obviously not.
It's obviously not. And that's the key, man, is that you can check this stuff out for yourself, man. You don't have to believe any of us. You don't have to.
Please don't believe me. Look into it.
Yeah. Just go out. You live on it. I just
told you how to find out whether pilots are traveling from port to port or ships are traveling from port to port. It's very simple to find out. And if you want to,
man, I got a big problem, man. And it comes down to sailing ships. There's a race from like England to New York.
I was more talking about commercial shipping, but yeah, sure. Go ahead and talk about the race.
Quick, man. It's going to take about a minute, man. There's a race from whatever. It's called the Transatlantic Ocean Sailing Race. And it's held every year, and it's been held every year for like 110 years or something. Shit, man. It's been a long time. And
Trans-Pacific, not Transatlantic.
No. There's two, man. This is where I'm going. There's the Transatlantic. It actually covers the entire Atlantic Ocean. Now, there's also a sailing race called the Trans-Pacific, which covers only half of the Pacific Ocean. It only sails from California to Hawaii. That's called the Trans-Pacific Sail Race. And there is no sail race from the actual Trans-Pacific, which is California to Japan.
If it's Hawaii, that's Atlantic.
Hawaii's only halfway, Mongo.
No.
It's not even fucking close.
Pacific is off the east coast of North America.
Pacific, dude. You're on the Atlantic. You get back over here on the West Coast.
My bad. I'm tripping.
You're tripping. Anyway, I'm going to straighten you out. I'll straighten you out real quick. The Trans-Pacific Sail Race is only from California to Hawaii. That's it. The record's like 5 days and change. Pretty good record. But there is no.
Well, it would be awesome. It's just like travel, from California.
There is no Trans-Pacific Sail Race, man. There is nobody's. There's
nobody as far as commercial traffic. Between. It doesn't go that way. It doesn't.
Dead giveaway, man. I think it's a dead giveaway on where we live, because if they were to have a real true sail race from California to Japan, it would take like 14 to 15 to 30 days or some shit, man. It's ridiculously incredible because Hawaii is supposed to be halfway between California and Hawaii.
Well, I mean, even on the globe, I wouldn't call it halfway, but
Hawaii's halfway. Hawaii's halfway. It's a halfway, dude. It's like 2,500, 23 something, man. It's like half. It's almost halfway. It's like pretty close.
Between Japan and
yeah, Japan. It's like whatever 4,000 miles to Japan from California, supposedly, and there's been many people that have taken the flight, and it takes like whatever 8-10 hours something.
Sure, as far as like flight,
but I don't think it is where they say it is. I think it's different, man. Because if you were to sail like halfway west of California, get to Hawaii,
everything with the Pacific is all fucked up.
It's fucked up, man. And that's why they don't have a Trans-Pacific sail race. They don't have one, man. It's only from California to Hawaii. That's it. It doesn't actually transverse the entire fucking Pacific Ocean. This is where I'm calling it.
As far as and just like I was saying, with the flights and commercial travel, whether with boats or aircraft, nobody goes across the South Pacific because
it doesn't happen, man.
You can't.
I don't think you can, man. I think there's something out there they don't want us to see. They always said, "Hey, go west, young man." I think we go west as far as we can go west. Everybody's going north and south. Fuck off. Let's just keep going west. Let's see where we end up, man.
Good fucking luck.
Fuck.
We'll never see you again.
I know. You'll never see us again. But, if I was 20 years younger, man, I'd be like, all right, guess what?
Hold on. Why does it matter if you're 20 years younger? I mean, if you really want to see what's out there, are you going to take an airplane or a boat and go see what's over there?
I'm going to take a sailboat.
Over there, send the word over there.
I'm a sailor, man.
The Yanks are coming. The only people that give a shit are the white people, right? It's like, there's a bunch of shit over there, probably. Maybe, and we're gonna fucking risk our lives to go over there, and then we'll never hear from them again.
Yep. Hey, you know what? That might be the way I'll go out, Helio. You know what I mean?
Hey, white man, go over there and see what's over there, and see if you make yourself maybe you can come back and tell us what was over there.
I might make it, man.
All right, well, fucking do it then.
Why not? I might not make it. I don't know. Let me work it out, man. Give me a couple months, man. Let me work it out.
Are you gonna do with an airplane or a ship?
I'm sailing. We're going sailing, man. Fuck this.
I'm going sailing over there. Over there. Over there. Send the word over there. 'Cause the Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming. You know what the Yanks are? It's the white people. And if you try to go west, and if you don't find anything and you disappear, nobody's going to give a shit because you're a white man. And as a matter of fact, I told you not to do it, and so I don't give a shit either. And I'm a white man. Because I done told you ain't going to find shit over there. You're just going to be lost in the ocean. Over there in the South Pacific. That's what you're going to find shit. If you travel anywhere to find something, you have to know that something's there. You know, sure, explorers. Go ahead.
From California to Japan, it's only 4,000 miles, man. It's not like it's the fucking ends of the earth, man.
I guess we're talking about different places to explore over there.
Oh, just west, dude. I want to sail a boat west as far as we can go, man. Let's see
I think if you really want to find out what is west, you're gonna have to go from South Africa over there.
Well, yeah, we can head up that way, man. But first of all, man, I'm just gonna go
up. What the fuck do you mean by up? I said over there. You're gonna leave from South Africa and then go over there.
All right, we need some South Africans to help us out, but let's anyway, just a thought, not reality yet, but just a thought. We're gonna go west as far as we can go from wherever, man. South Africa, California.
We know what we can find from Hawaii to different parts of the
man. I like the idea of the Pacific Ocean because it's warm. I'm not a cold climate mongo.
Because it's not scary, right?
It's not cold, dude. It's not fun.
But I'm telling you, if you go
north or south, fuck that.
Johannesburg west, and just go over there. You don't want to find out what's
over there.
You're not going to find, as far as we know, you're not going to find shit over there, but you might.
Hey, I got a shout
out. Go over there.
I shout
the
out.
Word over there.
Hey, shout out to Orion.
Because the Yanks are coming from South Africa.
Hey, Orion stuck in, man. Orion 2.0. They haven't left. I'm surprised. Those Mongos are sitting around laughing at us right now.
I love when people laugh at us because they have no rebuttals. It's fine.
Yeah. Are they going to sail fucking north or south and figure out where the fuck we live? No. They ain't going to do it. They're going to sail. Are you Mongos going to fucking pick up your balls and sail fucking across the Pacific Ocean? Come on. I don't think so.
They'll be like, yeah, some people have done it on an airplane. They went from Johannesburg to Sydney. And we was like, bitch, show me. And the only person they can show that is actually taking a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney is Max Egan. Yeah.
Egan,
That's
right?
the only motherfucker ever that's done it. And it's just like, do you trust that motherfucker? I don't.
Well, yep. I don't trust him. I'll tell you why I don't trust him.
No, you don't even have to do it. Just go by the claim. Go by the claim.
No.
This doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
I guarantee you why I don't trust him, man. Because one day he came out and goes, dude, the earth is flat. Check it out. Gravity doesn't exist. Space isn't real. He came out one day, right? And
that's what I'm saying. But the flight alone is impossible, and that's why I don't trust him for that.
The next day, he goes, dude, I got attacked by an electromagnetic field. I'm not a flat earther.
He's a fucking psychopath.
I was like, holy shit. The guy was like,
psychopath, bro.
He lost. He was losing his audience.
And after that, he freaking lost all of his audience and
lose your audience, man. You come out as flat earther, man. You're
No, it wasn't becoming. It wasn't because he came out as flat earther. He said, "Hey, I did this flight, and this happened, and so it proves flat Earth." No, Max Egan, he was already sketchy for me.
Yeah, he's sketchy.
For a lot of reasons. But this flight from Santiago to Perth or somewhere in Australia, it's just like, nobody takes that flight. I won't say it's an impossible flight.
Yeah.
Not the way he described it. And he's the only person that has ever
person, man, that's done it. That's weird. That's the problem. That's a red flag. You have to go, whoa, wait a minute, man. He's the only one that's done this? No.
Well, it's just like, hey, you can go on like different flight channels and shit on YouTube, and not YouTube, or different flight channels and stuff. I want to have a direct flight from Santiago to Perth or Sydney. I mean,
whatever. Yeah, whatever. Man.
Yeah, difference between Perth and Sydney. That's hundreds of miles of difference, but
thousands.
Anyway, I mean, it doesn't matter, because if you're going from fucking Santiago, Chile,
it should be a pretty
fucking Australia. You're going across the South Pacific.
Yeah, it should be a straight line, dude. No.
It should be a straight line, but I would expect, if I felt comfortable, I would want, if with the flat Earth map or all that kind of shit, I'd feel comfortable with stopping off in Johannesburg, South Africa, because if you feel comfortable having a direct flight from Santiago to anywhere in Australia, you're a fucking psychopath. I would at least want to stop off in Africa before I go to fucking Australia. You don't want to have a direct flight from
I'll tell you what, Helio, one of the defenses of that flight is that a lot of these companies that fly these airplanes need to make a profit, and that's why they fly.
They're going to benefit with that direct flight. As a matter of fact, if you want to go anywhere,
Helio, man, they got to fly up to the Netherlands to pick up more passengers.
And then they go to Australia and they travel to.
but they have to fly into Europe to pick up more people, and it's just a financial thing, man. That's how the Globers.
I know that's their excuse for that, but the claim is that you can book a flight
right
from Santiago straight to Sydney or maybe even Perth, which Perth is on the western coast.
Right, it's on the west.
So you can leave from Santiago, have a direct flight from Santiago to Perth.
Yeah, bring it, man. Where you got this flight, man? Who's taking it? I'm paying. Who's got it? Who's going? I'll pay for the.
Man, it's just like, bro, everybody that wants to go from Santiago or any part of South America,
I'll pay
to Australia, there is no direct flight available.
I'm paying.
Oh, and that's what I was saying. Max Egan said he did it.
I'm paying for the next guy to do it, man. I'm paying. Whatever it is. $2,000 round trip. Fuck it. Let's go. Who's got the flight?
It's impossible. Dude, can you imagine?
Right now, man. I'm paying.
This has always been a question for me. Like, if you go,
hey, we got Helio unmuted me. Mute. He's in the fucking what a Mongo. Mongo. That's the same guy. That's the same Mongo we were talking to.
Either way, that guy's muted. I mean, if he wants to listen, better for him.
It changes.
Here's what. Check this out. It's just like this impossible flight from South America to Australia.
Right.
Whether you land in Perth which is on the western coast of Australia.
Perth. We're going to Perth, dude.
All right, it's the closest place to Santiago, Chile. Perth. Or even from Brazil. Fucking either way, you're traveling across the South Pacific. I mean, it's just like, what type of plane would you use to travel that distance? Just going over that much just open water. I mean, it's the most dangerous thing that you would ever do in your life. He's like, oh, I'm doing whatever. And I'm just like, I want to go from freaking Santiago, Chile, or I want to go from Brazil, or I want to go straight from here to Perth. And nobody fuck with me. I don't want to go to anywhere in Johannesburg. I don't want to go anywhere along the southern coast of the Indian Ocean. I want to go straight across the South Pacific. I want to go straight from there to Australia.
Well, only one.
Listen, I can guarantee you that never happens for any flights anywhere, at least as far as commercial flights go. It never happens. It wouldn't happen. Anybody in their right mind would never take a flight like that.
Yep. You got it, man. You got it.
You would never take a straight path flight from Santiago or anywhere in South America straight to even the western coast of Australia. One straight flight. You're going to be going across the South Pacific. And I don't even think a plane could even actually have enough fuel to make that. But even if they use fuel, but whatever, that's another conversation.
What's up, Orion? It's good to see you, man.
Not much. Just wondering what you guys are talking about.
Talking about the Max Egan was the only person of all of human history to take the flight from
Yeah, and he's super credible. He's super credible.
And we found that questionably suspicious. That's all. That's all we're talking about.
No, I get that. Yeah. You know what I mean? It was just like he's the
he took the flight
only
to
one.
Super Credible.
Shouldn't it be happening all the time?
Hold on, Orion. What'd you say, man?
Well, I heard you say the words he took the flight to, and then I heard Helio say he's super credible.
He claimed to have that, but I discount
he took
it
a
because
flight to Super
it's
Credible.
obviously not true. It's obviously not true. If you can go on his YouTube channel and he'll tell you he did it, but he's the only one.
Max Egan took the flight directly across from Perth, Australia, to Santiago, Chile. He's the only one that's
bypassing Johannesburg. I mean, I don't think you can fucking make it to Johannesburg and across the Pacific.
He's the only one that like documented it, and it's like I'm flying here, I got the compass and whatever.
I don't think that's possible. The
North
way he
to south
described
navigation.
Anyway, I mean, new people are trying to talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I know I was bloating for a little bit, but yeah, sure. I mean, going across.
All right. Hey, let me just stop us all here real quick, man, because we got this Mongo in here called Real Orion 2.0. That's the same cuck that was in here earlier saying he's got a science degree and a physics degree and he's working with teachers. This Mongo is not here to fucking help us, and he's absolutely trolling us. And somebody please take him out for fuck's sake. Thank you.
You want me to get rid of him?
Yeah. Goodbye. He's dicking around too much. He's got to go. Thanks. I'm just trying to keep it real, man.
No, that's cool. But you're exactly he's gone now, and yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, as far as like even doesn't matter what map you look at and how you perceive the Earth.
Right.
Imagine yourself, leaving somewhere in South America and traveling on an airplane across the South Pacific, bypassing Johannesburg, South Africa, and just be like, fuck you, South Africa. I'm going to fucking Australia. And look how fucking big South Pacific is. This is like, that would be the scariest fucking thing I could ever experience.
I see what you're saying, man. It seems like a vast distance between the two.
Seems.
Or
it is.
I mean, it from all the information we have, it seems like a very long flight.
It most definitely is.
Apparently,
that's the reason that everyone with shipping routes go along the coast. Because if you go in the South Pacific, you're fucking gone.
Hey, Helio, man, they sent a man to the moon. Well, they sent 12 of them there to land and walk around the moon.
No, 12. They didn't.
According to the mainstream narrative, they did. And wow, if traveling across the South Pacific seems pretty easy compared to that shit, man. I mean, come on. I mean,
flat Earth, dude. Here's one of my secrets that I don't. I'm talking about public travel.
Right.
They don't go over there. There could be.
They don't. I know they don't. I know they don't go over there, man.
There could be.
Max Egan's the only one that did it, man. Apparently,
there could be an entire continent in the South Pacific.
Hey, I'm an Outer Ponder, man. I don't know if you knew that. I'm gonna change my name to Outer Ponder, dude.
I believe this isn't even Outer Pond stuff.
Man.
I'm talking about in the South Pacific. There could be an entire continent.
Dude, I'm
that
down.
exists because nobody goes there.
Yes, yeah, man. Nobody goes there. That's my.
This isn't even outer ponder shit.
Nobody
This
goes.
is still on Earth, right?
Wouldn't we call them Outlanders?
Outer
This
pond.
is an outlet. Yeah, sure. I'm talking about on Earth. This is like nobody goes across the South Pacific, commercial travel or, residential travel or all kind of shit.
There's not even a southern.
There could be the entire continent in the South Pacific that nobody knows about. Hey, and guess what? I've been talking about this fucking shit for 5 years.
Yep.
And you guys don't even know. Or maybe you did know.
Well, it's hard for me to think of like an outer ponder like most people think.
This isn't outer ponder stuff. This is talking about why they avoid going that way.
But wouldn't it be too cold though, unless there's multiple suns?
Mad Max. Beyond the Thunderdome.
Hold on, Metal Arc. I want to hear what you have to say about it.
I was just gonna say, isn't it gonna be too cold unless there's multiple suns? I mean, unless we can prove
it's South Pacific. It's South Pacific. It's similar to
just talking about the outer
lands.
ponder thing.
I'm talking about
islands.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick, and I'll shut the fuck up. Nobody travels the South Pacific, but there could be another continent that nobody knows about in this, in the South Pacific region, because nobody travels that way. They divert all traffic away from it.
Helio, you and I are on the same page, 100%. 100%.
There's a lot of islands out there, but yeah, I suppose it could be a really big island or a really small continent or medium-sized continent.
Exactly.
Just not on the map.
Yep.
I mean, I've been saying that shit for almost the entire time since I heard about flat.
Have you guys ever heard the term "go west"?
What would we call it? Pacifica or something?
What?
I would call it my balls, because y'all motherfuckers missed it. That's what I would call it. My balls.
What would we call the people that live there? Outlanders.
It's Helio Balls Island. I found it. It's in the middle of the Pacific, 2,700 miles west of Hawaii.
Is it crawling with extraterrestrials?
No, it has more of the interterrestrials.
If it has something to do with Helio's balls, I got to ask, were anal probes involved with this island construction?
There's the possibility that anal probing could definitely be a provable phenomenon. I could be wrong. Could be.
those damn Outlanders, we can't trust them.
Can't trust them. Can't get rid of them. Help us. Well, there is a definite fascination of where we live, and if you guys aren't hip to it, man, that's cool. It's an amazing place, man. Check it out for yourself. Don't believe me. It's cool. Check it out. Check it out. Definitely check it out.
Yeah, dude, I think it is a fascination, and I think that includes every globe earther and flat earth.
That's right.
Fascination about Earth should be a thing. Now, whether you believe, a certain way, that's on you.
Well,
belief is go ahead.
I would be, in that camp for sure, man. 100%.
Well, sure. I mean, it was just like I don't know why. I think I know why Metal Arc laughed, because we were freaking dig. Well, I wasn't, but you guys were digging on him. But that's okay. I like that. But as far as what's really fascinating to me is that, like, when this all came about to me, the unexplored regions of the South Pacific like like I was saying earlier, there could be an entire fucking large continent or an island that nobody knows about because commercial traffic or nobody goes there. And you know, with government laws, you can't even travel there with airplanes or I mean, Antarctica is like they have their treaties or whatever. There could be something in the South Pacific that could be another continent.
Well,
No,
the dead giveaway for me, and I hope you guys agree with this, is that there is no trans-Pacific sail race. It doesn't exist. It does not sail across the Pacific.
it's fucking dangerous, Fred. If you go in the South Pacific, you're gonna die.
Nah, fuck you, Helio, man. We us sailors, man, ain't afraid of fucking 100-foot waves, man. We're just gonna head them bitches, man, and that's what we do.
Well, let's fucking go. I'll go with you. I'll trust you as a sailor, and I'll try to be the best hand. But let's go find this fucking continent they're hiding from us.
Hiding something out there, and
they are. They are.
Go west, man. They always said, "Go west."
I mean, it's like they're distracting us with this Antarctic wall. It's like, oh,
yep, that's
lands beyond. But what about the land they're hiding in the South Pacific?
It's where the money is, man. It's where the other
exactly, bro.
Up, man. Because
so when we get there, what are we gonna do?
Nothing. We're gonna join the tribe and be the outer ponders or whatever we are. I don't know, man. I'd like to turn around and come back and say, hey, man, these Mongos out there got a whole other fucking continent you don't know about. That would be cool, but you know.
Well, why would you ask that question? What are we gonna do when we get there? Because I mean, it's like
some pictures.
It's really more just
take pictures and leave, man. Taking pictures and I gotta go, man.
Well, I just mean like that. It makes sense to ask the question: what are we gonna do once we're allowed to go there peacefully?
I don't think there's any Western treaties, man, like Antarctic Treaty or there's nothing like that out in the West. You just go west, get in a sailboat and go, man. You can do it.
I thought you were talking about.
We can do it, man. We can sail west as far as we can sail. I mean, there are people that can handle big waves and shitty fucking crabby, rainy, windy shit, man. It's tough out there, but it can be conquered. I'm pretty sure, man. I've conquered some pretty heavy waves and wind, man. It's tricky. It's tricky. It doesn't always work out, man. The mast breaks or something, something stupid. You're out there in the middle of the ocean. If your fucking mast breaks, bro, you're kind of fucked. Head sail. Yeah, you can't launch anything, man. You're fucked. You're just floating. So yeah, those are the challenges, man, that apparently people have done in the past. Apparently. With much lesser technology, might I add, man. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can count on a compass, man. I'm pretty sure. But compasses can be tricked, man. North is south, south is north, man. You can flip those polarity on a compass pretty easy, man. I don't know if you guys know that, but I know Orion knows that. I know he knows that shit. The world is not what it seems, but it is exactly what you experience. So that's the beautiful thing, man. You have to make sure that you separate the two from actually.
Isn't it like technically we're here just stating the obvious over and over again?
100%. That's what we do. We don't have any other choice but to do that. We don't get to like, oh man. Every day I hear somebody coming in here that they got the globe all figured out, but they don't know the radius. They don't know the spin rate. Oh my, you don't know anything, but you're defending something you know nothing about. That is the most fascinating psychological experiment you could ever have in your entire life, period. There's nothing better to see somebody absolutely defend something they know nothing about. And that's the crazy thing, man. And we witness it every day in here. And that's what keeps us coming back. Keeps me coming back. Saying, hey, man, I want to see one more Mongo realize that they don't know shit about what they believe in. They don't know the first thing, man. That's the craziest part. They'll defend it anyway. I got pictures. I saw it on a movie. It was Tom Cruise in space, and it's good. I can totally relate, and it makes sense to me. Oh, okay. Cool, man. Good luck with that Hollywood fucking, Hollywood movie you're living in. You're living in a Hollywood movie. But the problem is, man, you don't even know where you are, man. You don't know what reality is, man. Stepping outside, checking out the sun, the moon, the stars, the movement. There is no movement. There's nothing.
Is that technically we don't know where we are either. It's just that we know one place where we're not. That we used to believe that we were, and it turns out we're not there.
Yeah, we're definitely not on that spitting shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Yeah, that's a good one, man, bro. That's pretty funny. It's a good joke. Yeah, but when you get down to it, man, if you can't trust your own senses, man, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, senses are there for a reason. Isn't that the word where science comes from? Senses? I believe so. I could be wrong, man. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Please. Yeah, I think senses and science, man. I think they're synonymous. Synonymous? Oh fuck! I'm done. All right. Yeah, they're melded. They're together. They're married. Senses and science are married. Senses and science is married.